Mass State Lottery, we're known for our monster wins. But there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. In our game, we know that supporting local businesses and helping communities is how we all win. Because at the lottery, we're all playing for the home team. The Mass State Lottery. Welcome to the state of winning.
The Cape Cod Baseball League season is not a sprint, it's a marathon. Every team goes through stretches, and Mitch Carricker's Harbor Hawks have fallen cold. But every day is a new opportunity to begin playing a better brand of baseball. Tonight, Hyannis has that chance as they host the Bourne Braves after a day's rest. Hello, everyone from inside the broadcast booth. I'm Max Schwartzberg alongside Graham Nash and Giovanni Collada. Welcome to Harbor Hawks Baseball. Well, it was a 10-4 defeat on Sunday in Brewster, and the Harbor Hawks have dropped to 3-5-2 over the past 10 games. And Graham, their lead for Best of the West is shrinking.
Yeah, it really is. Falmouth just 1 point behind them for the best in the West Division, and Falmouth is on a heater right now, kind of the opposite of what we've seen from the Harbor Hawks over the past week, and a large reason for that is the free passes. We talked to Mitch Carricker about it day in and day out. He is so aware, and he is very frustrated about it, but it seems like the more that they try to find a cure, the more that they try to find the fix, the harder it's becoming. And over the past 7 games, this Harbor Hawks pitching staff has walked 34 different batters.
And let's stick with the pitching, Gio. You got Thomas Crabtree on the hill for Carricker tonight, and a team walks per 9 that has ballooned to 4.9. Mitch Carricker's going to need Crabtree to stay in the zone.
And Crabtree hasn't been outside the realm of that walks per 9 ballooning. At Tennessee, he walked 5 batters in just 15 innings pitched his first year with the Volunteers. Here on the Cape in just 2 outings, that is ballooned to 5.4 for him. So he and the entire pitching staff have fallen victim to a lot of walks after strong starts, particularly for Crabtree. He started off great in his prior 2 appearances and has run into some trouble before finishing up, and that's been a theme that's budding for the entire pitching staff.
Well, I had a chance to catch up with the Hyannis skipper before the game. Max Schwartzberg here with Hyannis manager Mitch Carricker. Coach, you mentioned to us that free passes have been an area of concern. They showed up again in the Brewster game. After an off day, how do you want your team to address playing cleaner baseball?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good reset for us after kind of a tough week. I think, coming off of that, hopefully they have a clear mind and just get refocused on what we need to do to be successful.
And you have Thomas Crabtree making his 3rd start of the summer. He only made 2 starts at Tennessee this past spring. What has made him a rotation mainstay?
Yeah, I think he's really good. I mean, he kind of got stuck on a staff that was really, really good in college baseball, and so he didn't get a lot of opportunities. But he shows why he's really good for us. He's been able to throw a bunch of strikes, command multiple pitches, which has been really good. So hopefully he can do that again tonight.
And you have 7 left-handed hitters in the starting lineup tonight. You're going to face a left-handed starter. What needs to be sharp about their approach to be successful tonight?
Yeah, good question. I mean, I think, we're obviously left-handed heavy in terms of our position players, but we like that. We think we have the right guys in there. I think it's going to be, swinging at right pitches, making sure we spit on pitches that we're not supposed to, just putting pressure on the defense.
Thank you so much, Coach. Guys? Graham, Mitch Carricker is really confident that his team is going to rise to the occasion left on left tonight.
And he kind of has to be, because the lefties are really his only option at this point in the season. Manager Mitch Carricker, I mean, he lost Chris Rembert, who was by far his best right-handed bat at the start of the season, to USA Baseball. And since then, he's kind of been ride or die with his lefties because he's had to be. And I think teams are kind of picking up on that. They're realizing, okay, the best hitters that he can throw at us are lefties or switch hitters, which he's always got a couple in there because those are his only options for the right-hander's box. But I think other teams are starting to pick up on that. They're piecing it together. So Mitch Carricker has no other choice, really, but to let their lefties go through.
Well, our sideline reporters Ethan Wax and Ava Fernandez had a chance to catch up with two of the lefties before the game.
Here, diamond side, Ethan Wax alongside infielder Jake Schaffner. How are you today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good, thanks. What is your approach today against a lefty?
Yeah, kind of just see the ball deep, let it travel, and shoot it the other way, and kind of attack the breaker.
You have been moved around in the infield throughout the season. Has that been a challenge for you?
Yeah, a little bit. It's difficult adjusting different spots, but I always got to trust my hands and try and make the play.
And this is your third game back from injury. How has that been getting back into the swing of things?
Yeah, no, it's been awesome so far, just getting my at-bats and really seeing live pitching. Hopefully contribute a little bit by getting hit tonight.
Thank you so much for your time and good luck today.
Thank you, you too.
Guys.
Ava Fernandez alongside Charlie Bates. And Charlie, last game you had a triple. Do you feel like that was kind of a turning point in your game for you?
Oh yeah, came out here, started off well, and then started struggling a little bit, and that triple definitely felt good.
Yeah, and what was that feeling like when you were rounding the bases on that hit?
A little bit of a sigh of relief. Yeah, I just so.
We saw the smile all the way from third base. Were you wicked excited?
Oh yeah, that's a great feeling though.
Yeah.
I love that.
How do you kind of take that momentum from that game and kind of bring it into the game tonight?
Sticking to the same approach, kind of like that I had that game, and carrying that momentum hopefully.
Yeah, and the rest of the season, it's about the mid-May point. How do you think that you've been adjusting to the game so far?
Yeah, I mean, being back in the infield is definitely an adjustment. Played kind of the whole year out in center field over at Stanford, so getting used to the speed of the game, kind of at shortstop again, and especially at this level because this league's pretty competitive. So I'd say that's been the biggest challenge.
Yeah, well, you're doing a great job, and have a great game tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Ethan and Ava. First pitch between the Bourne Braves and Hyannis Harbor Hawks coming up next.
I think, Dean, they're allowing you to find your own success and your own true independence.
Dean is a whole group of all different kinds of people and communities.
Since I've come to Dean, I've learned a lot of time management skills.
Our community is especially tight-knit, and the majority of our students live on campus. And you are guaranteed 4 years of housing while you attend Dean.
Dean is just full of opportunities for you to embrace, to welcome, so you can change yourself to who you want to be and form your career for the future.
So go through that, all right? Think that way.
Be a bulldog. Have a bulldog mentality in everything you do in life, whether you're playing sports or in the classroom or just socializing around campus.
When it comes to delicious food, the best place to start is with great appliances. And Cam Appliances is your one-stop shop for any budget with brands like Thermador, Viking, Bosch, GE, and so much more. Cam Appliances, sales, delivery, installation, and service in the heart of your home with locations in Hyannis, Nantucket, and Hanover.
I think, Dean, they're allowing you to find your own success and your own true independence.
Dean is a whole group of all different kinds of people and communities.
Since I've come to Dean, I've learned a lot of time management skills.
Our community is especially tight-knit, and the majority of our students live on campus. And you are guaranteed 4 years of housing while you attend Dean. Dean is just full of opportunities for you
to embrace, to welcome, so you can change yourself to who you want to be and form your career for the future.
So go through that, all right? Think that way.
Be a bulldog. Have a bulldog mentality in everything you do in life, whether you're playing sports or in the classroom or just socializing around campus.
So I think, Dean, they're allowing you to find your own success and your own true independence.
Dean is a whole group of all different kinds of people and communities.
Since I've come to Dean, I've learned a lot of time management skills.
Our community is especially tight-knit, and the majority of our students live on campus. And you are guaranteed 4 years of housing while you attend Dean.
Dean is just full of opportunities for you to embrace, to welcome, so you can change yourself to who you want to be and form your career for the future.
So go through that, all right? Think that way.
Be a bulldog. Have a bulldog mentality in everything you do in life, whether you're playing sports or in the classroom or just socializing around campus.
When it comes to delicious food, the best place to start is with great appliances. And Cam Appliances is your one-stop shop for any budget with brands like Thermador, Viking, Bosch, GE, and so much more. Cam Appliances, sales, delivery, installation, and service in the heart of your home with locations in Hyannis, Nantucket, and Hanover.
So I think, Dean, they're allowing you to find your own success and your own true independence.
Dean is a whole group of all different kinds of people and communities.
Since I've come to Dean, I've learned a lot of time management skills.
Our community is especially tight-knit, and the majority of our students live on campus. And you are guaranteed 4 years of housing while you attend Dean.
Dean is just full of opportunities for you to embrace, to welcome, so you can change yourself to who you want to be and form your career for the future.
So go through that, all right? Think that way.
Be a bulldog. Have a bulldog.
Get ready for big results with our small machines. With more power, performance, comfort, and savings. They're ready for every job. And we're ready with plenty of inventory, the best support in the business, same-day parts availability, and locations across the Northeast. So you can always be ready to work. Milton Cat, always ready.
Hasn't been a ton of training when it comes to bat speed or products for players to be able to train bat speed. You can improve your bat speed and reach your goals working 10 to 15 minutes a day on this a couple of times a week. That's a no-brainer for every player.
At the Mass State Lottery, we know there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. Now that's how we all win. The Mass State Lottery. Welcome to the state of winning.
Back here at McKeon Park, we'll take you through the visiting Bourne Braves batting order tonight as they face Thomas Crabtree and Mitch Carriker's Hyannis Harbor Hawks squad. Well, it's going to be a switch hitter and then 5 lefties in the entire lineup. The switch hitter, Riker Waite, then Logan Hughes. He had a 1.692 OPS on Tuesday specifically. He leads all qualified batters, so he's been dangerous on this day of the week. You got Camden Kojal, Kuyo Aloy, Kay Lewis, Braden Holcomb, John Legrande, Gavin Kelly, and Campbell Smithwick rounding out the starting 9 for the Braves. On the mound, as mentioned, will be Thomas Crabtree, making his 3rd start. We mentioned at the top of the show, only 2 starts at Tennessee. So he's already stepping into a bigger role for Mitch Carriker this summer.
Yeah, and he, like we said on the top of the show, Max, has done a really good job to start his outings, yet has run into some damage. You see that whip. It's below 1, so that is a really good sign. And the walks per 9, as you mentioned, is ballooning to 5.4 from that 3 mark at Tennessee. He's got a fastball at 90-93. Curveball he likes to go to is his breaking pitch. Look out for the changeup tonight, Max. That's the ball he's only thrown 12 times. Looking to experiment it a bit more on the Cape, and we'll see if he goes to the off-speed more tonight.
Well, he looked really good. Now let's take a look at the Harbor Hawks defense and their positioning tonight. Left to right in the outfield, Jeff Luigi, Jason Walken, Sawyer Black, 3rd to 1st. Charlie Bates, Jake Schaffner, Ryan McKay, Gabe Camacho, Brody Briggs, the battery for Thomas Crabtree. You see Matt Mura taking the day off in the field. He'll be the designated hitter for Mitch Carriker. But there's a lot of excitement brewing. We've talked a lot about how Crabtree, a guy who starts off really strong, but it's important that he maintains that momentum, Gio.
Yeah, it really is, because that's where Hyannis has faltered in its losses last week. Really good starts on the mound, and then you start walking guys. You see how Brewster used that the other day, where they honestly got a lot of those runs off of free passes handed out from Hyannis because that Hyannis pitching wasn't finding its spot over and over again like it was to begin the game. And that's how teams like Brewster can really tag you for a lot of runs like we saw go on the board that day. But Bourne's got just as good a squad that's able to do that against Thomas Crabtree. I look at Cam Kojal coming off a College World Series appearance with Arkansas, really slots in very quickly after only getting here a couple days ago. He's already back in form, his 2nd summer on the Cape. So we'll see how this Braves lineup that's hot coming into today, 4 out of 5 as you mentioned, Max. We'll see what happens for Crabtree.
Well, the switch hitting Riker Waite will bat left-handed and lead it off for Bourne. Braves coming in at 8-10. Hyannis a little bit faltering in the standings, but they still lead the West barely by the skin of their teeth, right in front of Falmouth, 9-7-2. Well, first pitch was scheduled for 6 o'clock. It is currently 6:04, so a couple minutes behind schedule, but nonetheless, baseball will be played at McKeon Park. Harbor Hawks were off yesterday and looking to reset. First pitch upstairs, 1-0. Waite, a rising sophomore at Vanderbilt, did not record a hit for the Commodores in his first collegiate action. But he's off to a nice start for Bourne, a 288 average OPS at 826. Chops it to second base, long run for McKay, it gets by him. A leadoff knock for the Braves.
And that's backwards for Thomas Crabtree, Max, at least as we've seen him in recent weeks. At Harwich, he faced 1 above the minimum through 2 innings. It was also a single that was the lone batter he allowed to reach, but didn't come after 4 up and 4 down. So he's looked really smooth to start his outings, and that's not going to change here barring any sort of setback.
Immediate check on Waite. He's back standing.
And that's not very rare, though, for opposing teams against Hyannis right now. 4 of 9 leadoff batters for Brewster got themselves over on first base. Hyannis pitching has had a tough time at the start of innings.
Logan Hughes, the rising junior at Texas Tech, had a really nice season down there. A 327 average, OPS over 1,100 with 19 round trippers. 1-0 down low. At least in the Harwich start, you didn't really see Crabtree falling behind in those first 2 innings specifically. You got the leadoff single, and it's going to be important for him to respond here, but he's behind in the count.
Let's see if he uses that off speed that he's only thrown 12 times entering today.
Ground ball up the middle. McKay just past the dive into center field. Waite is on his way to third as Walk bobbles it a little bit. Runner will remain at first, but 2 singles to start the game for Bourne, and they got runners at the corners and nobody out.
And a big reason for why Thomas Crabtree had so much success against Harwich is because he was throwing pretty much everything for strikes. Oh, well over 50% of his pitches were in the zone. He was well down in that count. He was down 2-0, a green light pitch for Hughes, thinking that he was going to see something around the zone at least on that third pitch. And he takes him right back up the middle. So Crabtree, it's really important for him to find the zone early right now, because when he falls behind is when he gets in trouble.
Cam Kojal for the first time tonight. Harbor Hawks already digging themselves out of a hole, and a first pitch changeup. That's really good. Kojal 2 for 7 on the summer. He's only played in 2 games. Had a .992 this past spring at Arkansas. Another check on first. Logan Hughes back. Upstairs, and the count level at 1.
And that changeup that we saw 2 pitches ago, that's something I would really, honestly like to see him throw a little bit more. He only threw it 12 times through his first 2 starts, so he hasn't leaned on it too much, but did such a good job there of getting Kojal out ahead.
Fastball gets the call in the outside corner, and for the first time tonight, Thomas Crabtree jumps ahead in the count.
And that's why the changeup can be so dangerous, because now he can start it on a similar line on the right part of the zone, and it can just tail off a little bit into the righty's box, but it will look a little bit similar to the fastball.
Strikeouts were an issue at Arkansas. He had 53, and he strikes out here. Into the mitt of Brody Briggs, a big out number 1, and that sets up the double play.
And a beautiful 12-6 curve from Thomas Crabtree here. Goes upstairs in the zone, and Kojal's got a big bat, Max, as you mentioned, so that's the miss for him on that breaking ball low in the zone. He tried to put that over the scoreboard in right center.
Kuhio Aloy will bat for the first time. He's played in 8 games for Bourne, a .333 average, OPS at .948. 1 double and 1 round tripper. He's been excellent for the Braves. There's that curveball once again. And it's going to be important for Crabtree to establish that as a pitch that he's comfortable to go to consistently tonight.
You talk about challenge pitches all the time, Max. That is his challenge pitch tonight, as you mentioned. And for Crabtree, a couple dangerous guys in the lineup with Kojal, Aloy, and Cade Lewis all in a row.
Hyannis looking for a little 6-4-3 here in the top of the first inning. Runner goes at first. The pitch is a ball. The throw down to second gets into center field. This will score a run as Riker Waite is in, and Logan Hughes takes third base.
Brody Briggs has been so good behind the dish in his last couple of games. Came into that throw 3 of 4 on runners caught stealing, and this one he just lobs it over the covering McKay. And been some struggles in the middle infield in this inning. Of course, the first 2 on a couple of good pieces of hitting, but now another error behind the plate will allow a Bourne run.
1-1 to Aloy outside.
That's what we saw a lot of against Brewster. Not that specifically, but a lot of errors that really pulled the Harbor Hawks down. 4 errors for Hyannis in its game against Brewster just 2 days ago.
3 balls and 1 strike now. So Logan Hughes steals second base, but Brody Briggs is charged with a throwing error that allows Riker Waite to score. Hughes, of course, on third base now. In the dirt, that's going to get away. Here comes Hughes, and the wheels are coming off in the first inning. 2-0 Bourne.
Well, there's a reason we sound like broken records when discussing free passes, because it's been the #1 factor as to why Hyannis has struggled over this past week and a half or so. If you look at the two, Harbor Hawks teams comparatively, when they're playing well versus when they're not playing well, not too much difference in the stats, Max. They're still striking guys out like Crabtree has this inning. They're still hitting pretty well, yet they just keep giving the ball away, and that, frankly, loses you baseball games.
So that's the first walk of the day for Crabtree. Cade Lewis standing in. The outside corner, but it doesn't catch. Well, it seems like the Harbor Hawks have been a team that strikes first, but lately during this losing streak, that hasn't always been the case.
Yeah, Hyannis has been a team that when it flips the order through 2 innings, Max, things tend to go well. The most recent example of that, though, to, play into the struggles on the mound and on defense, that the last time they did that was this past Saturday against Orleans. Flipped the order through 2 innings. Of course, Hyannis went up 8-1 in that one, ended in a tie.
Count even at 1.
And that's just representative of the fact that, again, you can flip the order through 2 innings. You can have the trends not necessarily reverse like they have and would lead to a streak like this on the losing end, but free passes have just been their Achilles heel.
1-1 back up the middle. A long run for Schaffner. It pokes into center field. A late delay. Now Aloy's heading for third. Here comes the throw. It is perfect. Jason Walk guns out Kahuyo Aloy. Now 2 outs in the inning and a man on first.
And a little bit fortunate for Hyannis because Aloy starts to stop. You can see him there kind of stutter. And then he saw the wave around from third base coach, but was well late. And that could be costly because there would have been another 90 feet away if he just committed to it with only 1 out.
The amount of outs, Graham, probably the biggest part, because as Braden Holcomb comes to the plate, you're not only 90 feet away, but you get fly ball contact and you got run number 3.
Braden Holcomb playing third base for Bourne tonight, standing in. And he checks his swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. Home plate umpire rings him up. Two runs home for Bourne before the Harbor Hawks. They've even come up to bat here at McKeon. Still got runners on the corners, or runners on first rather, but with 2 outs. 0-1 on the outside corner. Briggs still had some trouble with it.
Crabtree and Briggs just look out of rhythm as a battery, and I don't know if that's got anything with the off day to do with that, the fact that Crabtree hasn't pitched in a week in the last Tuesday's Harwich game. That's pretty normal as well, but just looks to be rattled from start to finish.
Check over at first. Cade Lewis is back. And the Harbor Hawks definitely have to take advantage of the out that was gifted to them. I mean, they teach you if you hesitate, you always just return to the base. There's no point in testing it. Still did. Jason Walk giving the Harbor Hawks a chance. 0-2 and a swing and a miss. 2 strikeouts in the inning, but 2 runs are home for Bourne. We'll head to the bottom of the first inning from McKeon Park.
I think, Dean, they're allowing you to find your own success and your own true independence.
Dean is a whole group of all different kinds of people and communities.
Since I've come to Dean, I've learned a lot of time management skills.
Our community is especially tight-knit, and the majority of our students live on campus. And you are guaranteed 4 years of housing while you attend Dean.
Dean is just full of opportunities for you to embrace, to welcome, so you can change yourself to who you want to be and form your career for the future.
So go through that, all right? Think that way.
Be a bulldog. Have a bulldog mentality in everything you do in life, whether you're playing sports or in the classroom or just socializing around campus.
2-0 Braves here in the bottom of the first inning. We'll take you through the home batting order as penciled in by manager Mitch Carricker. Well, as we mentioned, 7 lefties. There's also a switch hitter in there. Jake Schaffner to lead it off, and he's batting leadoff for the first time this season. Matt Muir, the lone righty, or a true righty in this lineup, batting second, with Ryan McKay, Gabe Camacho, Sawyer Black, and Jeff Luigi. That's a string of 4 lefties in a row. Jason Walk, the switch hitter, bats 7th, with Brody Briggs and Charlie Bates rounding out the starting 9. On the mound for Bourne, has a 2-0 lead before he's even thrown a pitch. Noah Franco, who the Harbor Hawks saw on June 19th.
Franco, a two-way guy, Max, as you mentioned, and he's got a very standard pitch mix, but it works well for him. 92-96 on the fastball. It's gotten as high as 98 this season. 85-87 on a cutter that's got some pretty good depth, 88. A slider's very similar to the cutter at 81-83, a bit more depth, though, and that's what you'll see from Franco.
For each Harbor Hawks home run hit this season here at McKeon Park, $50 is donated to the Family Pantry of Cape Cod by Monomoy Real Estate and Construction. And Pretty Picky Properties Select Vacation Rentals. Pretty Picky and Monomoy, the team with everything you need to hit a real estate home run on Cape Cod.
And the interesting ad about Franco, Max, is that he left for Team USA after his start against Hyannis on June 19th.
Schaffner rips it to second. That's into right center field, a base hit. Schaff, a wild turnaround first, but he stumbles. Hopefully he's okay, but he was thinking too.
Yeah, almost face planted first. That's the cardinal concern with Schaffner, who's already suffered an injury this season. But like the aggression from Mitch Carricker here, as well as Jake Schaffner, get jammed up a bit on the inside and just kind of force that ball into the alley. Great piece of hitting in Hyannis in attack mode, now already down 2 runs.
That's his first hit since returning from injury. He's been hit by pitches, he's walked, but gets his first knock. Matt Muir, the lone true righty, takes outside. One to Mira, up and away. 2 balls and no strikes. And it's going to be important for Hyannis to stay in attack mode if they get something in the zone, but also don't give the pitcher anything when he's not finding the zone.
That's right. It's a balancing act because you don't want to swing and miss on a pitch that's well away. Like you said, it's giving a free strike. You want to be locked in. Make sure you make the right choice.
Well, there's a strike right in the inside corner. Noah Franco trying to battle back. The Harbor Hawks roughed him up for 3 runs in the first inning back on June 19th. That was kind of the time when the Harbor Hawks were playing their best brand of baseball. Of course, amidst a 3-5-2 stretch. And we talked about it at the top of the show. Every team goes through it in a 40-game summer. Way up and away. That's the 3rd time we've seen a miss to that capacity, that part of the strike zone. 3 balls and 1 strike. But as I was saying, you know, it's not a sprint. Well, it's not a 162-game MLB season. There's still going to be ups and downs throughout 40 games, and you're going to have to learn how to navigate that.
And don't get it twisted. 40 games, not so far off from the 50-56 that a lot of these guys play in college.
There's walk number 1. A good start to the bottom of the first inning. Both runners have reached.
And to close that point, Max, it's not really like these guys are too far off from that full-length college baseball season in the middle of the summer. We talk a lot about how tiring this can be for both coaches and players to go from college baseball, then right here to Cape Cod, not really have any time at home before they have to go back to school. It can be grueling for some of these guys, and that's why we see a lot of departures like we do.
Ryan McKay, one of 7 lefty-lefty matchups against the starter Noah Franco, but he's had no trouble hitting the same side this summer. .362 average. And I talked with Jake Schaffner the other day about what makes hitting lefties so hard, especially as a left-handed bat. And he told me it's just such a weird arm angle as that's up and in. Continues to miss in that spot, especially that slider left on left. It starts in the 8.5, it goes out.
And to bring up that conversation with Schaffner, Max, that is the pitch that he said was the toughest to hit in baseball. That slider outside coming from a lefty as a lefty. And he hasn't had to face it tonight.
McKay takes on the outside corner.
Largely because that spot has been missing for Franco, and Schaffner's hit was actually jammed on the inside, so a favorable piece of hitting for him. And let's not forget, this is Franco's first start since June 19th in the Cape League against Hyannis, so Hyannis, USA, now against Hyannis again.
1-1 upstairs. Well, it seems like the upper part of the strike zone for Noah Franco. He just doesn't have a feel for it. Braves looking to roll 2. Harbor Hawks looking to keep the good times going. Down 2 runs in the last of the first. On a 2-1, McKay rips it up the middle on the ground. That's into center field. Schaffner's getting the windmill from Mitch Carricker. The throw will go into second base, an RBI single, and the Harbor Hawks cut the deficit in half. It's 2-1 Bourne.
Well, this is what Hyannis has kind of been missing lately, is scoring early in ball games. They didn't do so against Brewster. The Whitecaps were the first to get on the scoreboard in that ball game, and then they couldn't really catch up. It was trending in a similar direction with Bourne scoring too early in the top of the first, but for them to clap back right after in the bottom of the first inning, that's got to give them a lot of confidence, because in the past when they go down, it's been really hard for them to catch up.
That's hit number 22 for Ryan McKay in game number 16. He leads Hyannis in hits by a big margin. Gabe Camacho out ahead of the first pitch. He rolls it over to first base. Kate Lewis tries to tag him out, and he's safe. Camacho evades the tag, and they're on every base now.
Well, that's just good running from Gabe Camacho. Pretty early on, you could tell it was going to be a foot race, but to just get his left shoulder down and away, that's really good awareness.
So all of a sudden, 3 singles in the inning for Hyannis, and Sawyer Black coming up for the first time tonight.
This is very similar for how Hyannis tagged Franco for a couple of runs in that first inning last time. You go single, single, walk, single, double, and then you get the 3 outs.
Black made his season debut on the 4th of July at YD. And he checks a swing at the 0-1. It's a called strike nonetheless. Well, we've seen Franco go to that outside corner twice in this at-bat already, and it's that left-on-left slider.
Yeah, he knows it's a difficult pitch to hit. Hyannis is seeing him really well right now, though, so you can't really afford to miss your spot. With that ball, if you miss a little inside, easily going the other way.
Two for 6 in 2 games for Sawyer. The UNC Tar Heel will be teammates with Jake Schaffner this upcoming fall. Of course, Schaffner moving from North Dakota State to UNC. And their strikeout number 1 of the game for Noah Franco. It's a big one. What was that slider left on left? And, you know, we talked with Mitch Carricker. The approach has to be extra sharp. They're just a lefty-heavy team. It's kind of the way it works out in this summer.
It's a real challenge, and as Graham mentioned at the top of the show, Mitch Carricker doesn't really have any more guys he can go to that are natural righties short of Matt Mira. He lost his best righty in Chris Rembert to Team USA, so it's tough.
Jeff Luigi watches one on the outer half.
And Luigi's an interesting case, Max, because he has made some serious contributions in a short time here in Hyannis, but had arguably his best game of the summer against Brewster on Sunday.
Tries to go back to the outside corner, but that one outside.
He's shown real plate discipline, and much like Jackson Willits, has recently been torching people with his bat.
Bases juiced. Luigi takes down low. The only Duke Blue Devil, I'd combine those words on the Harbor Hawks, but I remember when he faced Harwich, they had 3 alone. 2 in the starting lineup. Luigi slaps it foul off to the left.
And that's a good pitch for Luigi. He's looking for anything kind of on the outer part of the plate. When it's been the inside fastball, that's where he's kind of struggled to make contact. And so those high heaters, they've just kind of been unsettling. It's anything outside where he's going to swing.
Luigi lines it and caught at second base. Cam Koljal hauls it in. Every runner stays put.
And that is a huge spot to get that out for Noah Franco, because even if it's a fly out, you got the tying run coming home, given that it's deep enough. But instead, Kojal freezes everybody on the base paths, and now any sort of ball in play could result in an end of the inning.
Jason Walk will bat from the right side against the left-handed Noah Franco. Inside for ball one. Well, we've seen him go explicitly to the inside part of the plate for righties, outside for lefties, considering earlier in this inning he didn't have any command on the outer half for left, inner half for lefties, outer half for righties. And it's really taking off an entire part of the zone. He goes to it there, and Walk swings through it.
And that could be the adjustments that resulted in the last two batters getting out, because really nothing was working for Noah Franco in those first four hitters to come to the plate. And now he seems to have settled in a bit.
Fouls it off himself, painfully so. Jason Walk down to the ground. We'll have to take a little stroll. Looked like it was right around that kneecap area. Doesn't wear the Evo Shield leg guard, does have the elbow on. The Harbor Hawks had bases loaded, nobody out. But since then, Sawyer Black struck out, Jeff Luigi lined out. Still got the bases juiced with 2 outs, 1 run is home. We're really looking to swing the momentum of this game in their favor as we move further. Checked if he went, he did not. Walked 10 home runs this past spring at Oklahoma. Still looking for number 1 here in Hyannis. He says he's got more power from the right side, and he takes upstairs.
We learned this week, Max, that he actually warms up and thereby uses 2 different bats from each side of the plate. One with a lower drop based on where he's got more power, where he feels he needs it.
He uses the minus 2.5 when he's batting left-handed and drop 3 right-handed. Runners on the move. The pitch outside, ball 4. The second walk of the inning for Noah Franco. Walks in a run.
That was a really, really good at-bat from Jason Walk. He went down pretty early, got hit by a pitch, and then Noah Franco kind of had some room to deal with. He could kind of do what he wanted, except for that. Paint the corners a little too much and miss. That walks home a run, all tied up. Bourne was in a great spot because Hyannis, again, they've had trouble bringing it back when they've been down, but now we're all level.
Brody Briggs looking for some redemption after that errant throw. And he's out ahead of that left-on-left slider. Connected on his first home run of the season on Saturday against Orleans. And you figured it was a long time coming for Briggs. He had to have been the most unlucky hitter on this Harbor Hawks team.
And he's been seeing the ball really well. Just hasn't really worked out for him, Max. And behind the plate, he's made significant strides from game 1, where he was alternating spots with Von Lackey at catcher, and then now slots into a similar situation with Stone Lawless, who I'm sure has been a great influence for him given his power and hitting ability.
Down in the dirt, nice stop behind the plate by Campbell Smithwick. Hyannis just looking for the big hit. They didn't have it the past week. They had a couple in Brewster, but the ones that stick out, definitely that game at YD on the 4th. They had a lot of opportunities. So the tension looking to be relieved. You would have thought during Orleans, but Orleans came back and erased the 8-1 deficit. On the hands in, fouled off. Count even at 2-2.
A lot of the games have been stressful for Mitch Carricker and the Harbor Hawks dugout, and I imagine that's a good thing insofar as they're going your way. And at some point, a self-audit is required, and I think at halfway is a really good time to do that. What's the identity of our team? What do we do?
On the ground right side, ranging first base, Cade Lewis to the pitcher, Franco covering in time. Harbor Hawks leave them loaded, but they tie the score at 2. We'll head to the top of the second inning from McKeon Park.
So I think, Dean, they're allowing you to find your own success and your own true independence.
Dean is a whole group of all different kinds of people and communities.
Since I've come to Dean, I've learned a lot of time management skills.
Our community is especially tight-knit, and the majority of our students live on campus. And you are guaranteed 4 years of housing while you attend Dean.
Dean is just full of opportunities for you to embrace, to welcome, so you can change yourself to who you want to be and form your career for the future.
So go through that, all right? Think that way.
Be a bulldog. Have a bulldog mentality in everything you do in life, whether you're playing sports or in the classroom or just socializing around campus.
The lights at McKeon Park stay bright all season long thanks to the NAC Cape Cod. The NAC offers 2 locations, Hyannis and Orleans, both offering delicious burgers, tacos, sandwiches, and more. Visit thenacapecod.com to order online today. The NAC Cape Cod is proud to be the Light Up the Park sponsor of the Harbor Hawks all season long. We're here in the top of the second inning for McKeon Park at 6:31, a 2-2 tie between the Bourne Braves and Hyannis Harbor Hawks. And it was a little bit of a rough ending around the edges for Thomas Crabtree in the first. It's now been 5 out of the last 8 games that opponents have at least reached safely in the first inning. And Graham, that's something that just has to change for Mitch Carricker.
Yeah, it really sticks out off the page. Apart from the free passes, these teams getting early chances has been huge because Hyannis has a tough time coming back from a big deficit, and allowing those batters in the first inning to get on puts them in more of a power position. It gives them a chance to kind of get into the pitcher's head, and the pitcher starts to think, okay, I've got to lock it down because this is on me. I've got to make sure the bats have something to come back to.
John LaGrande, big swing at the first pitch. LaGrande started against Hyannis. Bourne not with the team anymore. Checks his swing and fouls it off. Good start for Crabtree, 0-2.
And this is what Crabtree was not doing in that first inning, is he was not getting ahead. There were a lot of 2-0, 1-0, 3-1 counts that he couldn't get out of.
And he strikes out LaGrande on 3 pitches. So a good start to the top of the second inning for Crabtree, kind of turning the page on that first.
The designated hitter from West Virginia, number 7, Gavin Kelly.
So that'll bring up Gavin Kelly, one of 3 natural right-handed hitters in the Braves starting 9. First pitch upstairs. Nine first, 34 in 11 games. That's a .265 average. Still yet to record an extra base hit. Good curveball.
Yeah, it's locating. I was about to say that 12-6 curve sits at 77 to 81. Topped out so far at 83 for Thomas Crabtree. And he's finding that pitch.
Kelly checks his swing, and the count swings in his favor, 2-1. Well, we mentioned only two starts this past spring at Tennessee for Crabtree, but this is start number 3 for Hyannis as that catches the corner. And it just shows the trust that Mitch Carricker has in the arm. And there's a lot there. There's a lot of firepower.
It's a double-edged sword, right? Because on one end, Mitch Carricker trusts him as a long reliever for the experience to have a progression through the game.
Foul tip. Briggs not able to hold on, so that's not a strikeout. Frustrated with himself.
And the other end of that spectrum, Max, is the fact that Thomas Crabtree could come up to the Cape trying to become a starter as he moves from Tennessee to Southern Miss this upcoming year.
Whoa, way upstairs. He lost the feel for the curveball. That was the one pitch that was feeling really good, but clearly slipped out right there, Gio.
Yeah, and that happens. It is quite hot outside, among the hotter, more humid days we've had here on the Cape so far this summer. Could have just slipped out of his hands.
Payoff pitch. On the ground, left side, Jake Schaffner. Throw is wild, and it hits off Gavin Kelly. Now he's on his way for second base as it's out of play. He's awarded there, no matter what, an E6 for Schaffner.
What do we keep coming back to, Max? Free passes right there, and Schaffner with a play that he makes 99 times out of 100, and he almost hits Kelly, as you mentioned, on his way out. Just seemed to get. We saw Crabtree have a curveball slip out of his hands. Nothing ruling out the fact that Schaffner could have had it slip out there.
Giving him some professional courtesy. Is that still kind of stinging? He got hit right in the side by Schaffner's throw.
That's also already the second error for Hyannis fielding. They had 4 against Brewster, and that's really what killed them. They're halfway to that total. We're only in the top of the second inning. The errors have been so costly, and it's been plays like that, plays that, again, seem to be routine, but they're just a little bit off the mark.
Well, we've talked about how every team goes through stretches, and I remember when Brewster came to Hyannis last time. Of course, Hyannis just traveled to Brewster. They were coming off a streak when they had made 7 errors in the last 2 games, and it's no surprise that's when Brewster was playing their worst type of baseball. Hyannis kind of in that stretch right now. You know, we mentioned the lead in the West really dwindling down. They're just not playing the cleanest baseball, and it's showing early.
It shakes your confidence. I think that's what we've seen during that stretch where they faced the 3 best pitching teams in the league. Is it just shakes your confidence when you face such good teams and can't get the same results that you have been getting. That's been your identity for the entirety of June.
Campbell Smithwick takes outside. The battery with Noah Franco tonight. That's up and away. 2 balls and no strikes. I mean, if you're Crabtree, you have to remain confident because you got the strikeout and then you induced what should have been a routine play. Soft contact.
That's just the toughest situation to have to endure. Almost, you'd rather a home run if you're going to take the lesser of the 2 evils, because then you just wipe it off the board.
Whoa, there goes the bat. Swing and a miss. The bat goes flying. It went further than the ball.
Everything slipping out of others' hands today. We saw Crabtree fire the curveball above his catcher. Schaffner might have had some slippage as he threw down to first, and there it just flies out of Smithwick's hands.
That took out our first base camera. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
That's the view.
Talk about bat-to-ball contact. How about bat-to-camera? What are the odds?
Two 2-1. Slap foul off to the left, out of play. Crabtree issued 1 walk in the first inning, and we've come back to the walks a lot this season. We mentioned at the top of the show a 4.9 teams walks per 9. That's 3rd highest in the Cape League. Hyannis still the leaders in batting average and OPS, but it's just been a struggle for these Harbor Hawks over the last few weeks. Reach for and pop foul. Left side. We'll do it again.
And again, you look at the stats on paper, and it seems very head-scratching that Hyannis leads the Cape League in a ton of categories, yet has played its worst stretch of baseball in recent weeks. And we keep coming back to free passes. We're going to sound like broken records, but that's the only thing you can point to.
2-2. Just misses. Top of the order, Riker waiting on deck. Down low, did he go? No, he did not. And a walk. So you got the E6 and then the walk, and the Braves have something brewing here in the second.
And this is the absolute worst part about errors for a team like this, because that walk gets a lot less significant if there are 2 outs on the board right now, like Mitch Carricker would probably argue there should be. But errors can plague you in that way. And if you're Thomas Crabtree, you've got to work out of it yourself, as Brody Briggs is trying to help him out with now. No one warming in the Hyannis bullpen, so for the moment, it's his situation to work out of.
Well, Riker Waite started this game with a base hit. One of 3 hits, all singles for Bourne. 18 years old, 317 days. Shows the bunt, pulls it back, takes ball 1. Crabtree just struggling to find command of the strike zone early. He looks so promising in that 3-pitch strikeout to John LeGrande, and then the weak contact at shortstop, the E6. Then a lengthy battle with Smithwick resulted in a walk, and he's behind 1-0 to the top of the order, Riker Waite. Breaking ball for a strike. Ripped to right field, down the line. That is a fair ball. Here comes Kelly. He'll score. Smithwick is getting the late stop sign. He'll get it into the infield. But another run home for Bourne. They pick up right where they left off in the first inning, and they take a 3-2 lead.
The left fielder from Texas.
Well, how about the start for Riker Waite? A couple of loud pieces of hitting, and this one a double that he just pulls into a part of right field that, frankly, Sawyer Black was not shaded anywhere close to, as he was just a slight bit towards that right center field alley. A long run for him, and easily with a good jump, Gavin Kelly scores from home. Surprised to see the stop sign from Campbell Smithwick. Still only 1 out, Max, for Logan Hughes, so fly ball contacts gives you run number 4.
Hughes swings and misses through the first pitch. Singled back in the first and stole a base. It's now 4 hits through the first inning plus. Inning and a third for Crabtree. No ground ball double play in the equation. Hawks have the corners in. Down low.
And Crabtree just looks a little bit off, and that double from Waite just left a breaking ball well over the heart of the plate. And the shortstop and Waite didn't really hesitate. Took him well down the first base line. Crabtree's just missing.
He doesn't miss there. There's that good curveball.
We mentioned, Max, it's been his go-to pitch. If he can locate it here, he can get out of this begin to get out of this mess.
In the air, foul off to the left, out of play. Logan Hughes frustrated after that swing. It's one of those curveballs, but Crabtree did leave it over the plate. Now 44 pitches deep, 26 strikes. And he gets strikeout number 4. It's a big one. Now 2 outs in the inning.
All 4 Ks tonight for Thomas Crabtree are swinging, Max, and 3 of them have come on that challenge fastball. The lone breaking ball to Cam Kojal, who comes to the plate now. He's trying to work off the first strikeout of the game. And so Crabtree has shown flashes of his former self that he started out so well with in the prior 2 outings. Just Bourne's tagged him for runs. Credit the Braves as much as Crabtree's faults.
Kojal chops the first pitch outside the first baseline. Nice play by the first base coach. Pitch count rising early for Crabtree. He's had to work. Bourne has been playing better baseball, at least compared to what they were on June 19th against Hyannis. One ball and 2 strikes.
Over the past week of baseball, Max, to your point, the Braves have won 4 of their last 7. They won 4 of their last 6. So they are playing much better baseball than Hyannis, who is 1-4-2 over their last 7 ball games.
One-two, breaking ball upstairs. And for Hyannis, it's just avoiding the big inning because their offense, they can go through little stretches, but you can rely on them. It's the pitching, it's the defense that they really have to look to. 2-2 is a broken bat left side of the infield. Jake Schaffner. We played 1.5, a 3-2 Bourne lead as we'll head to the bottom of the second.
Inning and a half is the Braves.
If you can dream it, if you can cruise in it, if you can summer in it, fish from it, or take it for a day at the beach, we can protect it. The Baldwin Group, protecting the possible.
Hasn't been a ton of training when it comes to bat speed or products for players to be able to train bat speed. You can improve your bat speed and reach your goals working 10 to 15 minutes a day on this a couple of times a week. That's a no-brainer for every player.
Cape Cod 5 is proud to be the official banking partner of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Cape Cod 5 offers a broad range of financial products and services tailored for every stage in your financial journey. Reach out to us. We're here to help.
Bottom of the second inning, and it's time for Who's That Harbor Hawk? See the clues.
Investment management and trust services.
So 2014 with the Hawks, a 6.42 ERA, 33 and 2/3 innings. Rangers in 2019, Rays from 19 to 25. So they've been on the Rays for a while.
As per usual, I'm lost.
Yeah, I got nothing here. Max, I think you're winning right now.
Nate Rays? I was thinking Zach Eflin, but he's not on the Rays anymore. He's on the Orioles, I think.
Be a good guess.
No, it's not him. I don't know.
I'm starting to find that this game is hard.
Not for those of our fans on Twitter.
Indeed, they've done a very good job, but we've struggled mightily, Graham, specifically you and me.
Leading off for the Harbor Hawks, the third baseman from
Specifically me. I haven't gotten one.
Charlie Bates.
Charlie Bates, who broke out of a big 0-for slump with a triple on Sunday against Brewster coming up. He said it was a big sigh of relief as he rounded the bases. And he's had a couple games sprinkled in there where he's had some really good swings, but nothing to show for it. I mean, YD, he had 2 balls hit very hard in pretty big situations where the Harbor Hawks, as we talked about, were looking for that big hit that just couldn't fall for him.
And credit a lot of that to the work he's put in to try and reverse that. Getting here early, all those good things.
Rips it to left, and that's down. Nice cutoff by the left fielder to keep him at bay.
Well, getting that hit and ending a cold streak can be very relieving, and it can totally free you up, and that's what Charlie Bates looked in this at-bat, very freed up. Takes the ball the other way, hops right in front of Hughes. That's a leadoff single. Back-to-back innings with leadoff singles for these Hyannis bats.
Jake Schaffner, as mentioned, that leadoff knock in the first. Looking to redeem himself after that error that proved to be costly. In there for strike one. Well, Schaffner's led off once this season. He was 2 for 3. He's 1 for 1 so far. So whether he's a leadoff man or the number 9 hole, that, as we've seen a lot, sometimes sprinkled in at the 5 hole, he's comfortable throughout this lineup for Mitch Carricker. Gets out of the way. That might have gotten him. It did. So Schaffner hit by a pitch. The Harbor Hawks put the tying run at second base and nobody out in the inning.
The designated hitter from Hawaii, number
just
8,
grazed his back there, Max, as he tried to turn out of the way. And there were 2 Hyannis hit batsmen in the last game against Brewster, rather 3 Hyannis hit batsmen. And can't really credit the Harbor Hawks for that, just more pitchers' misfortunes. But they've made it, they've taken advantage of it, and that you can absolutely credit the bats for.
Matt Mura, the only natural righty Squibs the first pitch to right center. It's in for a base hit. Runners had to hold up. They're going to try to throw at third. Bates is in. They'll play station to station, but the base is juiced once again.
Second baseman from Michigan State, number 5.
Really good swing there. Mura just kind of gulps one out of the bottom of the zone and takes it to the opposite side. 2 of 3 batters in this inning have taken Franco the opposite way. And Max, I know you're a big baseball guy. I've always heard that if you're taking pitches the other way, it means you're really seeing the pitcher well and you're really locked in. And 4 hits already for, or excuse me, 5 for Hyannis. I think that shows that they are seeing Franco very well.
And let's just go back to that pitch. That was a changeup off the plate. Mura just showing the value of putting the ball in play. And if he tried to pull that ball, that's a weak pop up to shortstop. So it just shows you right there, case in point, Graham. Base is juiced. Bates on third, Schaffner on second, Mura on first. The red hot Ryan McKay, who had the RBI single in the first, at the plate. And ball 1.
And McKay, although he was 2 for 5 at Brewster in the last game, it was ironically one of his poor performances recently.
In the dirt, nice stop by Smithwick.
Because he struck out 3 times. It was only the second time this season that he struck out multiple times in a game. That's the most strikeouts he's had in a single appearance. But he still managed to get 2 hits. That's just kind of the tear he's on.
Ooh, get out of the way. 3 balls and no strikes. Kind of some misses that we saw back in the first inning. We're seeing now, Gio.
Yeah, and a bit more slipping for Noah Franco. We certainly saw it befall Hyannis in that last frame where Crabtree fired a ball high, Schaffner slipped the ball in the air, the bat flew out of someone's hands. Not saying it's all due to slipping, Max, but Franco, as you see, just missing his spot there, but that's got to be a contributor. It's one of the hottest days of the summer.
Three ducks on the pond for Ryan McKay. On a 3-1. He smashes it through the left side and into left field. Bates has scored. Schaffner's getting the wave. A 2-run single for Ryan McKay, and he's got 3 runs batted in the second inning.
Well, Ryan McKay just stays hot. The Harbor Hawks have done such a good job poking the ball the other way. That one fights it out of the top of the zone. That brings home 2. Those are his first RBIs since June 27th at Orleans. He's been hitting so well, but just hasn't been hitting with runners on base or in scoring position, and gets an opportunity here, takes advantage of it.
So 3 RBIs, as mentioned, through the first 2 innings for McKay. The RBI single in the first, and the 2-run single here in the second. And kind of an example of when things are going well, you just ride the hot streak. He has been on fire all summer long, really outside the first maybe 2-3 games of the season. And that will close the book on Noah Franco. We'll meet the new pitcher on the other side of this break.
Fans, be sure to visit the Harbor Hawks.
When it comes to delicious food, the best place to start is with great appliances. And Cam Appliances is your one-stop shop for any budget with brands like Thermador, Viking, Bosch, GE, and so much more. Cam Appliances, sales, delivery, installation, and service in the heart of your home with locations in Hyannis, Nantucket, and Hanover.
Noah Franco, his day is done after 1+. And the new pitcher, Jonathan Stevens, on the hill for Bourne.
Stevens making his 6th appearance of the summer, all of them in relief. He's gone for 9 innings, has not allowed an earned run this season. Only 2 walks and 12 strikeouts. So where Noah Franco had really struggled against Hyannis, had a 13.5 ERA coming into this ball game. Bourne has moved to a reliever who's really, really solid, trying to close things down and stay in this ball game.
Well, Stevens, a returner to Bourne, pitched last summer for the Braves. Only 3 1/3 innings, but 9 innings so far, and he's been excellent.
And that closes the book for Noah Franco. 2 troublesome outings for the lefty starter against Hyannis. Here he doesn't record an out in his second inning of work, but allows 6 hits, 2 walks, 2, strikes out just 1, and all 4 of the runs on his register were earned. Just another difficult day on the bump for Noah Franco, who, after leaving for USA Baseball, split starts against Hyannis. He last started a game in the Cape League before today against these Harbor Hawks at home at Doran Park, but he comes here to McKeon Park and struggles mightily yet again.
Gabe Camacho for the second time. He had that infield single in the first. We evaded the tag of Cade Lewis at first base. One of those little dribblers in no man's land. But the Harbor Hawks take the lead once again. It's already been a back and forth affair. Camacho, the Pacific transfer, now at UC San Diego, a hometown kid from Encinitas.
And his season's kind of been back and forth with Hyannis. He'll go through a 2-game hit streak, and then he'll go 0 for 3. He'll get it back, and then he'll go 0 for 4. So he's still trying to find his groove. He's had trouble going up against such strong pitching that the Cape League offers.
Falls behind 1-2 here.
He told me during batting practice a couple days ago that, you know, he faces Big West pitching. That's pretty far from SEC, and he acknowledged that. He said it's still taking him a little bit to get used to it, but credit to him for how well he's done despite facing much better pitchers.
That also mixes in, Graham, a long absence from last playing college baseball. Remember, he was here for quite a while before actually getting to play until Miles Bailey left for Team USA Baseball.
Fouls it back towards us. I mentioned out of Encinitas, he went to La Costa Canyon High School. And yesterday, he went to the Red Sox-Rockies game on the off day, and he saw Mickey Moniak, the former number one overall pick out of La Costa Canyon. His quote, his guy. Always cool seeing your friends in the majors. Spin off the mound. Mura's back. Pitch clock was at 1. That was kind of an emergency as he just wasn't ready to throw the next pitch. There is action down in the Hyannis bullpen. Nobody warming up for Bourne. Stevens just into the game. Inside corner, strike 3 called. Camacho didn't like the call, and there's out number 1.
The right fielder from North Carolina.
Just pinpointed on the inside of the zone. Jonathan Stevens blew it past him with the heat. Only the second strikeout of the day for Bourne pitching, but 1 already for Stevens. He faces 1 Hyannis hitter and sends him back to the dugout empty.
UNC Tar Heel Sawyer Black takes down low. We've talked about the adjustment with Camacho going from, that conference, Big West, to SEC. Sawyer Black, a guy playing high-level baseball, but he was injured with that hamate bone injury for so long. He's really getting his first look at live pitching for the first time in a couple months. I mean, that's got to be a tough adjustment, and it's been early, but he's really risen to the occasion.
He has. He's got 1 hit in both of his first 2 appearances, both of his first 2 starts.
We got an equipment issue right here. Smithwick, maybe a pitch comm malfunction, or his glove might have broken.
And for Black, he also has a double. He's drawn a walk. The one thing that really you can tag him for at this point is he struck out 3 times over his first 2 games. So that, I think, is where he's still trying to settle in, still trying to get used to a high level of baseball that he hasn't really played as of late. Those strikeout numbers just shows that he's not really there quite yet. He's not exactly where he has been, where he can be, because he's making contact, but he's also swinging and missing a lot.
2 runs in each of the first 2 innings for Hyannis. A 4-3 lead here in the second. That one's inside.
Pretty similar spot to where Camacho's pitch was on the strike 3 call, but it's taken for a ball from Black.
Well, the strike 3 to Camacho was a fastball. That was the breaking ball. That's a 4-pitch walk. Gets away from Smithwick. He doesn't know where it is, but both runners will just calmly advance 90 feet.
The left fielder from Duke, number 12, Jeff Luigi.
This is the second straight inning where Hyannis bats have loaded the bases. They didn't really take advantage of that last time. Sawyer Black struck out, Luigi lined out, Jason Walk drew a walk, and that was the 1 run that Hyannis scratched across with runners in, with the bases loaded.
Jeff Luigi lined out to Cam Kojal at second base in the first, getting another look and a big swing at the first pitch.
This could be a decisive at-bat for Jeff Luigi, someone that's done a solid job of contributing in the field for sure. He's made a couple of diving catches at second base, but at the plate he's only just started to heat up. 2 hits against Brewster on Sunday, and now he's got a golden chance for more.
Smashes it to right, put right at Aloy. Mura not able to tag, it wasn't deep enough. Luigi's out number 2.
That's now back-to-back at-bats for Jeff Luigi with the bags juice. That balls that were hit so hard, Max, that they freeze the runners along the base paths. You saw Matt Mira bet about 4 or 5 steps along the base, and he saw how hard that ball was going to be, to the extent where Kuyo Aloy had enough time to set his feet and really make a tough throw down to the plate. Would have been a really close call for Mira, and that's just unfortunate for Jeff Luigi.
Jason Walk picked up an RBI on a walk back in the first. He batted from the right side then. Now he's in the left-handed batter's box. So he's swinging the minus 2.5 this time up.
And Walk, he was on a real tear. He was on a 7-game hit streak and on base streak before going 0 for 5 against Brewster without drawing a walk. It was really the first time where we saw here in Hyannis that he's human. He's not an on-base machine.
2-1 count. I mean, it's still a 4-3 game, but the Harbor Hawks, I guess they're still looking for that big hit to widen the lead, and hopefully that momentum can translate to the mound. That's something that they did well early in the season, but during this 3-5-2 skid, it hasn't been the same story. Walk well tardy.
And that's what really has plagued him, the strikeouts. He has struck out 18 times already to go along with 11 hits.
Down low. The entire Braves defense thought they had it, so the count will run full for the second consecutive inning. Bases loaded, a 3-2 count with 2 outs. It's time to party. Runners will be on the move. Fly ball left field. Third baseman Braden Holcomb in fair territory hauls in the final out. Hyannis takes the lead 4-3, but they leave him loaded again.
Get ready for big results with our small machines. With more power, performance, comfort, and savings. They're ready for every job. And we're ready with plenty of inventory, the best support in the business. same-day parts availability, and locations across the Northeast. So you can always be ready to work. Milton Cat, always ready.
If you can dream it, if you can cruise in it, if you can summer in it, fish from it, or take it for a day at the beach, we can protect it. The Baldwin Group, protecting the possible.
Top of the third inning, and we have some very special people who made the trip out to Cape Cod. My own parents, Jackie and Ross. I wouldn't be where I am without them. So shout out to them, and we'll take a look at the standings here. In the West, Hyannis leads with Falmouth right on their tails. Bourne, Katuitt, Wareham. In the East, Whitey in their similar spot at the 1, but Harwich on their tails. Brewster, Chatham, Orleans.
Max, and the note to make here as we compare the halfway point of this summer versus last summer, feels like there's a lot more parity in the league at this point than there was last year, where a team like Falmouth, for instance, figured it out at the end of the season, but at one point they were 10 games back at a very early stretch of the season, and so there's a lot more parity than you might expect at this point, where no one can absolutely, no one's spot is solidified. That's what I'm trying to spit out there. No one has their absolute path fortified yet, and I think it's going to be very interesting to see what happens in this back half.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the wire. At least it seems like that through 20 games. Just nobody's really pulling away, and nobody's fallen off the table beyond recovery.
We've seen good and bad baseball from every single team in this league. Like first place worthy baseball and then last place worthy baseball from virtually all 10 squads.
Kuyo Aloy swings through the 1-1.
Well, Brody Briggs and Thomas Crabtree have clocked that Crabtree's best pitch right now is that breaking ball. They've gone to it 3 times to start out this inning.
Loy 8 for 24 to start the summer with 1 home run. Chopped to shortstop Schaffner, an opportunity for redemption. Throws low, but dug out by Camacho.
Probably a little tense there for Jake Schaffner after committing the error a frame ago. And this all on Gabe Camacho. And just a great swipe of the mitt to get that ball that bounces into him. And now Schaffner can breathe a little easier knowing he's got one in the bank.
Cade Lewis, for the second time tonight, was 1 of 3 singles in the first inning for Bourne. He's also off to a great start, 20 for 65 through 18 games. Average over 300.
And he's batting in the 5 spot. You feel like you usually see one of your best hitters either around 3-4 to give them the most opportunities, or the other option is go a little bit lower in the lineup, around 8-9, to kind of be a second leadoff player.
Inside corner, but it didn't get the call. Again, going to that strike 3 call to Camacho, it was on a fastball, but then the ball to Sawyer Black was a breaking ball, and then you see right there from Crabtree. And there's a ball for third walk of the day.
And the other piece, Graham, of what you brought up about this lineup and where Cade Lewis is, despite how good he's been this season, is it's lefty-righty, lefty-righty, the entire 9. They alternate sides of the plate, and so that could be part of it, but that's got to have impacted Crabtree's start to this game so far, switching sides of the plate every single time.
Braden Holcomb is the second strikeout victim from Crabtree. That's in the dirt. Gets away. Briggs throws the second. The throw. You bet. Up like a cat. And out number 2.
Well, there's some redemption for the mistake he made earlier, sailing a caught stealing opportunity into the outfield, and that was just perfect. Ryan McKay, too, with some nice glove work. We know he's got that pop and that ability, but clearly Cade Lewis didn't. He tried it nonetheless.
Well, Crabtree still got to be careful, consistently falling behind of hitters. It just doesn't look like he's really gotten to a groove today. I guess you could say after the first inning ended with a strikeout, then he had the strikeout to start the second, and then the E6, which was basically 3 quality at-bats on the hill for him. But besides that, it's been a bit shaky.
Right, and that's what you'll get from a hitter like Holcomb, but also, or rather, I'm talking about Crabtree, as you get from a pitcher like Crabtree, where you see flashes of brilliance with some of those breaking balls that have located tonight, and then you see a miss like that, Max, as you bring up all the time, is really not competitive, and it takes you out of account from the whenever you throw it.
Well, big pitch here. Well outside. Back-to-back walks. And there's one of your uncompetitive misses, Gio.
Yeah, and that's plagued Crabtree in this inning specifically, where we saw one to Kuyo Aloy as well after he jumped ahead in that count. And now for Crabtree, a decisive moment of what's been an up and down start for outing number 3 for him.
John LaGrande struck out on 3 pitches in the second. Inside for ball 1. He's got a very Shohei Ohtani-esque stance. On the other half.
Well, I think ever since Shohei showed up in the majors and started raking like he has, a lot of players have tried it just to experiment, see if it works. And it's very unique. It's very recognizable because it's so far out in front, but it can help with shortening up a swing.
Wasn't a short swing there. Very late on the fastball. And the fastball has looked sharp tonight from Crabtree when he's been in the zone, but a lot of the misses just haven't really threatened the zone, and that's where he's really been in trouble. th game this season for LaGrande. Average at 300 flat and 2-2 down low. So another 3-ball count.
That's exactly what I was going to say. He works his way back to a 3-ball count, and these have not played in the favor of Thomas Crabtree. Already 4 walks on the day.
Sitting on 4 strikeouts tonight. And he misses inside. 3 consecutive walks for Crabtree. 5 in all.
Designated hitter from West Virginia, number 7, Gavin Kelly.
And Mitch Carricker heading out. This could end the line. So far, 2 2/3. But 3 runs and 5 walks. We'll see if he takes the baseball.
Mitch Carricker will have a lot of these kinds of meetings with his pitcher when they're struggling. He doesn't go straight for the baseball. He'll have a conversation, just kind of try to pick the brain a little bit of his player on the mound.
Pretty lengthy discussion perhaps trying to talk his way into staying in this game. And that will do it. New pitcher coming up here in the third inning. We'll meet him on the other side of this break.
This week we've been working a lot with doing play-by-plays, just doing behind-the-scenes stuff with sports broadcasting, which I never really realized how much went into it, but it's been really cool.
They've grown a lot. I've never really done like a program like this before, so like seeing all the behind-the-scenes has like really grown.
I've learned how to really just gain confidence in my play-by-play speaking, and I've learned more terms here when it comes to directing and producing, and I've just had a great time with John Rook.
Doing the play-by-play stuff and all that, being with a guy like John Rook, understanding what like the major kind of entails doing this camp, just really a preview for what you do here at Dean or any other college doing broadcasting, so I'm definitely more prepared to make this a job of mine.
Cape Cod 5 is proud to be the official banking partner of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Cape Cod 5 offers a broad range of financial products and services tailored for every stage in your financial journey. Reach out to us. We're here to help.
Back here at McKeon Park, we have a new pitcher. Thomas Crabtree's day is done, and it's Tyler August. Liberty Flame. 3.38 ERA this summer. Just looking to change the narrative of what we've seen for Hyannis. I mean, since July 4th, they've walked at least 4 in every single game, and that's a tough way to win baseball games if you're constantly issuing free passes on the hill.
And Thomas Crabtree sure struggled with those tonight, Max. He walks 5 in 2 2/3, allows only 3 hits, but 3 runs all were earned. Strikes out 4, so again, we continue to see the dichotomy here of the fact that the stats have remained relatively the same outside of the free passes, and Hyannis is losing games because of the latter. Free passes ran amok for Thomas Crabtree tonight. Tyler August has struggled with them in his first 3 appearances, and now he'll have to work his way out of a situation that Thomas Crabtree has worked him into. That line still not finalized with a couple ducks on the pond.
4 walks through 9 1/3 innings for Tyler August, playing in his 5th game. ERA at 5.79. Walks per 9, just a hair under 4 at 3.9. Gavin Kelly reached on that E6 from Schaffner back in the 2nd inning. Good start. Fastball in the outer half.
And August is one of these guys, Max, that we've seen here in Hyannis from the beginning of the first week of preseason work. Early, very, very early on, gelled with those guys. And it's helped him settle into a couple of his outings. But again, he's been tagged for a couple of crooked numbers. And that has ballooned his ERA to just under 6.
Swords him on the 1-1. Goes with the high fastball. I mean, the heater's looking good so far in a 3-pitch sample size. If he can play off that, he's going to be in a good position. Now it's about location.
Can't get too risky here just because you have 2 strikes. 2 outs, anything can happen.
Whoa. Up and in. Count level at 2.
Might have seen that slip again, Max. We've seen that a number of times tonight. But for August, this is what's caused him to struggle. Much like Thomas Crabtree did, you work 2 walks in a row, and that can really stain your resume.
Checks his swing on 2-2. No, he did not. So both runners will be on the move on the pitch. Hyannis has dug itself in a bit of a hole this inning with 3 consecutive walks. Those were issued by Thomas Crabtree. August trying to grab the loose change. Payoff. Swing and a miss. Big strikeout for Tyler August. We're through 2.5, but we'll stay where it is as we're joined by our sideline reporter, Ethan Wax.
Braves 3.
Thanks, Max. with the Harbor Hawks struggling the last few games, who is going to replace the production that Andrew Williamson had as he went home to rest before going back to school. The Hawks are just 1-3 in games he hasn't played in. The right fielder had a summer to remember for the Hawks. He had .265 with 3 home runs and 12 RBIs in just 15 games. He had a .903 OPS, good for 7th best in the entire league. He's finished second on the team with those stats as well. In order for the Hawks to compensate for his absence, guys like Ryan McKay, Ray Velasquez, and Matt Mura may have to do more of the heavy lifting. They were a combined 3 for 12 in the first game without Williamson, which contributed to the bats going quiet on Sunday night. Williamson's uncle, Sean Rodriguez, played Major League Baseball for 15 seasons for the Angels, Rays, Pirates, Braves, Phillies, and Marlins, and his stepfather coached in the major leagues. This summer seems to bring out the best in Williamson as he was named the Cal Ripken Senior Collegiate Summer League Most Outstanding Hitter and Championship Series Most Outstanding Player in the summer of 2024 for the Bethesda Big Train in the Cal Ripken Senior Collegiate League. Will the Hawks be able to replace his production? Now we head back to the booth for the bottom of the 3rd inning. Guys?
Thanks very much, Ethan. And here in the bottom of the 3rd inning, Brody Briggs, who had that redemption in the top half, gunning the runner down on the wild pitch, comes up for the 2nd time tonight.
Just what we're used to from Brody Briggs. In the face of trouble, he seems to rise to the occasion the next time around. This is a crucial summer for him as he becomes that guy at Arizona State after they graduate their everyday catcher. So he's really getting a great experience facing the best of the best and having the opportunity to be a sort of everyday catcher.
Third base umpire says he goes around on the bunt attempt.
Check it here. Yeah, just a bit over the plate.
A wild swing at the 0-1.
And that's the unforeseen negative of a bunt, that if you miss it and in an adverse spot, you immediately pigeonhole yourself into swinging at a pitch like that.
Good spit for Briggs.
And Briggs has got himself a jolt of confidence coming into this game, Max. He was 3 for 3 entering the game on runners caught stealing, rather 3 for 4. And he hit a home run last time against Orleans this past Saturday. So that's got to help some of his approach at the plate.
Another good take, and I guess it works to Hyannis' advantage. We mentioned 7 left-handers in the starting lineup. And Mitch Carricker just says it's kind of the reality of having so many lefties on your roster, and they're going to have a sound approach, but they get Noah Franco out of the game quickly. Thank you, Ryan McKay, 3 RBIs. And they get in a good situation against a righty, and you could already see the takes are starting to get better.
And you asked Mitch Carricker pregame that, how he would rise to the challenge of having 7 lefties against a lefty, and they certainly did it with those 4 runs on the scoreboard in just 2 frames. And like you mentioned, the reward for that is now you get to see a righty.
Payoff, fouled over our heads. Well, Briggs' home run, the lone home run of the season, was against a right-handed pitcher. Stormy clouds poking in around McKeon Park, coming around from left center field. On a 3-2, Briggs slaps it to the backstop.
This is one of the better at-bats this season we've seen from Brody Briggs, because even though he's been seeing the ball really well, Max, been making contact with a lot of pitches, they just haven't been dropping for him. He hasn't, outside of a couple of walks, not only worked walks, but fought him off in this way and stayed alive for a couple of 3-2 dishes.
And look at that. He was down 0-2, and he works it to a walk. And a great plate appearance all around for Brody. Kind of representative of what we've seen. Of course, his stats don't tell the full tale.
baseman.
And that's an
from
8-pitch
Stanford,
at-bat for
number
him. That's
17,
really impressive
Charlie
stuff
Bates.
when you consider the fact that, yeah, he's put bat to ball very well, but he hasn't had to plate protect a whole lot. And now he's just developing yet another skill that he'll take back to Tempe.
Charlie Bates, who had a single back in the second. Looks like he's finally turning a leaf as they shift him in the outfield. All three outfielders shifted towards left center field. So a big gap in right center and a huge gap down the right field line.
And win or lose, that's got to bring a smile to every face in the dugout and that is associated with the Hyannis Harbor Hawks, because Charlie's always got a smile on his face. He seemed a bit down recently.
Gets out of the way.
But he's approached this with as much positivity as he can, because it's really, really hard to go through something like that. He's been getting here early every day. He's put the work in to begin to correct it, and now he's finally seeing the results.
And that's something we've talked about, just the mental side of this game. You know, baseball, you fail 7 out of 10 times. You're one of the best players. As there's another hit for Charlie Bates. Brody Briggs going to try to go first to third, but he'll throw the brakes on. Good throw in from the right fielder, Kahio Aloy. But, I mean, case in point, you go through an 0 for 19 skid with 14 strikeouts. You break out of the other day, and look at him, still a smile on his face. And one of the reasons why these guys are here is because they have the mental toughness that Brody Briggs does to have a smile on his face. Yes, he was down, but it's so impressive to see.
Right, and baseball, a lot like life, is so much about how you approach it and about so much more than putting a bat to a ball or making a play in the outfield. And Bates has exemplified that day in and day out here on the Cape.
So just so you guys know what we're talking about when we talk about Bates coming early, I believe it was 1:15 before I interviewed Hayden Federico, and about 1:30, Bates showed up and started swinging it with Riley.
And to that point, we don't get here at that time, so he could be coming even more.
Gets a strike call in the inner half. That breaking ball has not often been called to lefties there. Schaffner not all too pleased. Briggs on second, Bates on first. Schaffner has not been retired in this game. The single and the hit by pitch shows the bunt. There's another strike.
And I imagine that as he's out here like a lot of other players, and I would spare to mention most of the players here on Cape Cod are out here to improve their stock for MLB. What does that tell a scout? That he can go through that skid and work out of it with, you know, a mindset that you would see becoming an MLB player.
Bates had limited playing time in his freshman year at Stanford. 1 home run, a .735 OPS. Schaffner fights the 0-2 foul.
And speaking of grit and determination, how about Jake Schaffner doing something that we don't see a lot of Cape Cod Baseball League players do, given the importance of going back to school healthy. He suffers that injured wrist at Falmouth. Only takes the weekend and a couple days off after that, but he's back here and playing.
Line to right, and a nice catch at second, and they'll double off Brody Briggs. He got too far off the bag. And 2 outs and 1 on all of a sudden.
That's just great synergy from this middle infield. Cam Kojal, this is what you come to expect from him. He makes the quick out, but has the couth to understand that his shortstop's going to come over and cover. Riker wait in time. He catches Brody Briggs asleep, and that is a rally killer from Bourne to Hyannis.
Matt Miura, the Hawaii Rainbow Warrior, up for the 3rd time. Another guy who hasn't been retired.
And you see, Max, and the fact that he hasn't been retired, the benefit of flipping the order not only early, but doing it in each of the 3 frames you've played. Because now you get 3 looks at this pitching staff, which has got philosophical constancies regardless of who's on the bump.
Runner goes at first, and it's hammered to right. Back goes Aloy. He won't get there. Bates will come in to score. Miura wants 3. The throw from Kojal. He is out at third. The run does score, It's an RBI double for Matt Muir that will end the inning. But the Harbor Hawks extend the lead to 5-3. We'll head to the top of the fourth from McKeon Park. Back here in the top of the fourth inning from McKeon Park, we've been moving slowly but steadily. Tyler August, who struck out, the only guy he's faced, back out for another inning of work. Hyannis so far 5 walks on the day, and as we mentioned, they've walked at least 4 batters in every single game since the 4th of July. And it's no surprise, this has been quite simply just not the best stretch of baseball they've been playing, Graham.
No, it hasn't. 1-4-2 over that stretch of 7 games. They've really looked like a totally different team than the one that we saw in the entirety of June. They've had a tough time scoring first, something that they were kind of known for. They've had a tough time just getting hits in general as the team with the best batting average in the Cape Cod Baseball League. So it's all just kind of unraveled. Their team ERA is now over 4 for the first time in this 2025 summer. And it's been things like this, the walks, 5 walks and 2 errors on the scoreboard for Hyannis already.
Campbell Smithwick will get his first look at Tyler August. Only faced Thomas Crabtree once, the starter for Hyannis. Last summer, Smithwick was with the Chatham Anglers. First experience with Bourne, so he switches leagues. There's a cutter in there for strike 1. And he pumps the zone again.
This is something that Thomas Crabtree kind of struggled with, especially early on, was getting ahead in counts. But Tyler August has started real hot.
Skips in, and I got to say, for Hyannis, and we mentioned it a little bit earlier, but the offense is always going to be there. This is kind of the calling card of the team, the strong offense. But it's the pitching, the pitching's going to be the difference maker down the line, come the end of the season, come the postseason, should the Harbor Hawks make the postseason. And you see right there, August ahead comfortably 0-2, then he throws 2 pitches that don't really threaten the strike zone. That's a big difference.
Yeah, it's totally been their Achilles heel.
And he falls to 3 balls and 2 strikes.
They do such a good job of getting ahead, but then it's kind of like they get a little impatient or they get a little too crafty and try to paint the corners too much, and it leads to full counts after going up 0-2.
Payoff, chop to first. Gabe Camacho on a high hop to the pitcher, August. 1 down.
And it's so interesting because Hyannis has the most strikeouts in the Cape League, 192. But you look at the other side of the coin, they've allowed the 3rd most walks with 89. So although they are finding ways to strike out players, they're also missing a lot. And that's kind of what you don't see when you just look at the strikeout numbers.
Riker Waite, big swing at the first pitch. I guess that's kind of a calling card of some of these young pitchers. They got so much electric stuff in terms of swing and miss, but the biggest thing that holds them down is their ability to put the ball in the strike zone consistently where they want. And we've talked about being wild outside the zone. That also doesn't talk about the side of being wild inside the zone. If you really don't have an idea where the ball's going, you can be burned in multiple different ways, whether it be the walk or the hanging changeup down the middle that's hit 400 feet over the right field wall.
And we saw that with Crabtree. Crabtree left a breaking ball well over the heart of the plate in the second, and Tyler Waite took it for a double.
Another foul off to the left out of play over by the bullpen, where the Harbor Hawks have another guy warming.
And to a degree, it does make sense because, you know, these are college kids. They're still honing their craft and trying to get better and sharper every single day, so it's not going to be as clean as the majors.
And you also take into account the Harbor Hawks are the youngest team on the Cape with an average age of 20.2 years. Most of the roster is rising sophomores.
And that's been a good choice largely just based on the fact that a lot of the guys aren't draft eligible, so you've got a lot of guys like Ryan McKay who's likely going to stick around for the whole summer, but at the same time, again, you've got younger guys who have less experience.
There's always two sides to every coin, and I think the youth of the roster, as this pitch is grounded off the glove of McKay, that'll skip into right field for a base hit. Around a turn at first for Smithwick and a one-out single.
McKay was in a pretty good position. He just kind of started with his glove a little too high. We talk about the low to high movement for these infielders to make sure that they can keep the ball in front of them. McKay was going low to high. It just started a little bit too high. He was hovering it a little too much, and it got into the outfield.
And to my point, I was just saying that I think Hyannis is, as we got Thunder, and that'll bring the umpires together, and they're going to take the players off the field. Well, we'll give you guys an update in just a moment on the other side of this break. We're in the top of the 4th inning with 1 out, but amidst a weather delay, we heard some thunder, so the game is currently on pause here in the broadcast booth with Max Schwartzberg, Giovanni Collada, and Graham Nash. Guys, the Hyannis offense, very encouragingly, they've played it a lot of runs. 2 runs in the first, 2 in the second, 1 in the third. It's just been the pitching that has not been all too strong, and going back to the top of the show, it's something that still hasn't been fixed.
Yeah, Thomas Crabtree had his most difficult outing of the summer, really from at bat number 1 to the last pitcher, the last batter he faced after 2 2/3. Just a really difficult stretch because he was missing his spot a lot. He didn't get any of those competitive misses that you talk about, Max, that usually lead to a pitcher quelling a storm rather quickly. Instead, for Crabtree, he walked 5 batters in those 2 2/3 innings, did strike out 4, so that's something that Hyannis continues to do well, but this is a Bourne team that will tag you for runs anytime you dish them free passes to do so.
So you mentioned the 5 walks. He also had 3 consecutive walks, and we mentioned at the top of the show, 4.9 walks per 9 on the season for Hyannis. That's 3rd highest in the Cape League. And let's bring it to the offense, Graham. You know, you go down early and you want the offense to fight back. That's exactly what they did. How about Ryan McKay plating 3 runs through his first 2 plate appearances?
Yeah, it was really impressive, and they kind of did it playing small ball. It was a lot of singles, not many big hits. Matt Mura had one there towards the latter end of the game before we got this weather delay, but for the most part, it was a lot of small ball, a lot of singles, and they just slowly moved the clock. They slowly got guys around, and we frankly haven't seen that a lot recently. It's felt like it's been one big hit that's kind of given them 2-3 runs, and then they try to lock it down with their pitching, and at least in late games, they haven't been able to lock it down with pitching. So for them to respond quickly, get a lot of singles, get momentum going, and pull it back after Bourne came in here and sucked the life right out of them immediately, I think that's a really good sign.
And let's talk about the approach. We mentioned 7 left-handed hitters in the starting lineup for Mitch Carricker, 1 switch hitter, so only 1 natural righty in Matt Mura. And when I talked to Coach before the game, he told me that it's kind of the reality of the way the lineup's set up. They're a very lefty-heavy team, but they really rose to the occasion today, facing a dang good TCU Horned Frog and Noah Franco. He looked sharp on the mound, a little bit of rough around the edges with the control, but I really was encouraged to see the calm approach of the Harbor Hawks bats, taking pitches that are not going to be able to be drilled or driven into the gaps, and it was really good to see.
And to come to that, back to that point about the amount of lefties in the lineup, you said in Mitch Carricker pregame that you had to rise to that challenge of playing a lefty pitcher while having so many lefties in the lineup. The other part of that is he doesn't have as many righties as he would like to play in that situation because Matt Mura is one of only a few righties this season that's played regular minutes. He's a very lefty-heavy team and thus the very lefty-heavy lineup. But they sure rose to the challenge tonight. They sure did a good job against Noah Franco. And Max, I think what is most promising about that, as you said, is that even if the pitching falters, they're going to be able to respond to a challenge.
And let's stay with the pitching for one moment. I think one thing that Mitch Carricker, should this game resume or should it be played down the line, will want to look at is the ability for his players to jump ahead in at bats. Crabtree, it seemed like that first inning was really shaky. Then he had that string where he had the back-to-back strikeouts between the first and the second inning, and then the E6 really set him off from then on. That's something that we might want to come back to and be like, should that play have been made? That could have really changed the perplexion of his entire outing.
Yeah, and we saw Tyler August jump onto something very similar. The second that Tyler August went to the mound, he got ahead, struck a batter out, got ahead his next at bat. They worked it to a full count, which we talked about a lot. That's been happening a lot, it feels like, to Hyannis, but he was able to get out of it. The ability to respond to hardship, that's what we've talked about all season long, especially when it comes to pitching. And it looked like Thomas Crabtree was on that path. It looked like he was going to be able to bounce back after a really tough first inning of work. But then the error, Jake Schaffner just kind of missed his spot. And for Schaffner, you got to give him some slack because he's still coming back from that injury, and he hasn't spent a lot of time at shortstop, especially over the last 2-3 games. So it's hard to really, at least on my end, it's hard to really say Jake Schaffner messed this up because he's still getting back into the groove of game time plays. But for Tyler August to come out and get those 2 quick outs, that was really encouraging if he is to return.
The other thing with that, Max, as you mentioned, Schaffner not being necessarily at the pinpoint of blame. If you're going to go through anything on the defensive side, outside of those 2 blaring errors, that is under the umbrella of free passes. To pin it on Schaffner means that he didn't do anything at the plate, which he certainly did. He got that leadoff single, was hit by a pitch in the next time up, and that's the key thing that Hyannis did today that it hasn't done, or rather has done only sporadically during this last week and a half, is flip the order early. Good things happen for most teams when you flip the order early, and that makes sense because you're seeing a guy multiple times, right? And for Hyannis today, it finally took advantage of that to the tune of multiple runs.
And I think a big thing we could see is, of course, Schaffner, no blame on him on the only reason why that went south, but the redemption of these guys. Brody Briggs had a tough first inning. The wild pitch, the E2, throwing in his second base where the runner was able to come around and score. Then he's up like a cat in later innings. The ball gets away with him. He's able to throw him out at second base. And that was really impressive to see. And you talk about Jake Schaffner as well. He had a big at-bat that worked it to another runner on base that allowed the Harbor Hawks to deposit some more hits. Charlie Bates, another example of a guy who's been struggling. He finally broke out on Sunday in Brewster. And then, he's got 2 hits already today, and he's got a smile on his face. So the Harbor Hawks, I've said it a lot this year. I guess it's my trademark. Where there's smoke, there's fire. They had a great start because they're a good baseball team, and you like to see the response. The groundwork is there. It's about just getting back to that consistency.
And it's about playing clean baseball. I think that's the number one issue is there's talent. We've seen it in this ballgame. There's talent, but they're also struggling a little bit, especially on the mound, to keep it clean. They can't work a game right now, it feels like, without 3-4 walks. Since July 4th, they've allowed at least 4 walks in every ball game. So it's keeping it clean, especially on the pitching side. The bats are kind of doing their job. They've been a little colder, but they've been facing better pitching in the Cape Cod Baseball League than we saw at least in the beginning of the season. So it's going to come down, especially as July goes on, to the bullpen and to the starting rotation to say, okay, we're going to lock this in, lock this up. But as we were talking about right before the break, Max, this is a young baseball team.
Yeah, it is. Again, the youngest team on Cape Cod, average age is 20.2 years old. And just closing the thought on finally the pitching, I think something that they did a really good job of early in the season was after a hot inning offensively, coming back and getting a 1-2-3 inning. That has not been the case over this kind of skid they're going through. And if Mitch Carricker wants to move on, they're going to have to refine that.
They sure are, and this is the halfway point of the season, as you mentioned, Max. Kind of the time to self-audit. Where is our team through 20 games? How do we take what we have right now in terms of our identity and further that, knowing that a lot of roster fluctuation is on deck with the MLB draft on the horizon? And this has been the most trying time of the season for Hyannis, but if this is the worst of it, it really comes down to that mistake cleaning up the free passes. You could see a very dangerous Hyannis team if indeed it's able to clean it up.
Well, again, we're in the top of the 4th inning on a weather delay. We'll provide more updates as it goes on, but we'll be back in just a moment. Back here in the weather delay, the umpires are meeting on the field. Still have no official ruling on the way this one's going, but we're in the top of the 4th inning with 1 out.
And Max, I can offer some clarity on what would happen in the event of a couple of different things. First, if this game is indeed called, as it certainly looked like that might be the case when that thunder cracked very, very loudly, there would likely be a make-up date for the remainder of this game. And we're only in the top of the 4th, and there's still, you have to get through 5 innings to decide the game and call it tonight. However, if they decide to resume, there's your discretion there as the managers come to meet about it. And you could see, though, a makeup date when Bourne comes here to McKeon Park next. So that could be a doubleheader at some point later in the summer.
Do you know at the top of your head when Bourne returns to McKeon, Gio?
No, not inherently, but I will say we can certainly find that out. And also, we've seen it happen before where doubleheaders have not really taken the place of off days. The Cape League very stringent in its commitment to try and give these players their off day. The 25th of July, Bourne comes back here. So what you could see with a 1:06 p.m. start for the original game that was supposed to be scheduled that day, and then another early game that is from the top of the 4th with 1 out here onward. So it would be a bit of a doubleheader. They would likely not send Hyannis to Doran Park and then come back here and play that game.
And Gio, you were here on the Cape last season. Was there ever a situation like this, and what kind of how has it gone in the past in your experience?
If my memory serves, we did not have. There were only. I'm trying to think. There were 0 doubleheaders on the Cape last year. There were a couple of really close calls with doubleheaders. In fact, my team was the Chatham Anglers last year, and Hyannis actually was supposed to play a game against Chatham 2-3 times in a row, and it kept getting weather delayed. A couple off days were slashed in a row, and ultimately those two teams played that final game on the last off day of the season not before the playoffs. They always keep that one reserved for players to recuperate before the postseason, but the last available off day it was played, and that was the closest we ever got, in my experience, to a doubleheader, but I didn't experience one last summer.
And because it's not the 5th inning, or past the 5th inning, this game, by definition, can't be called. But I guess the question I would have is, because Bourne comes here so late in the season, let's say that the standings, and based on how it's gone, it probably wouldn't be this way, but things are settled, like Hyannis, for example, might have clinched a playoff spot. I know the points are a different factor. How could that play into it? If the team clinches the first place spot in the division, or they lock up a 3rd place, would the game just not be played out?
Oh, it sure would. I mean, they got to play 40 games. That's the thing, Max. And 40 games insofar as they play 5 at least before any sort of weather delay. Now, you make a very good point about the roster, the fact that they'll be wildly different on July 25th than they will be today. But you make that point, Max, to say that this game still has to be played out. It still matters for the standings and for the points, regardless of the two teams' playoff positions, because you're looking at next year when you sell the Bourne Braves, the Hyannis Harbor Hawks, to these players. That's another game that makes a difference, win, lose, or tie. So that's why the Cape League does such a good job of trying to play every single game. That's why they're going to try their very best to play this game tonight, because it would be most convenient for everybody involved, for both the Braves, for Harbor Hawks, and the umpires, most importantly, but also because of the fact that they want these players to get a full 40 games, and that's been their commitment since forever.
Right, and again, both managers meeting and discussing with each other. The umpires had gotten together. They've walked off the field once more, probably heading right back up here by the press box. They were here before during the break, but again, top of the 4th inning in a weather delay. We'll provide as many updates as possible. We'll be back in just a moment.
still in the delay here at McKeon Park as D-Bot here with Max and Graham, as the earliest we will resume play is 8:28. So while we wait that out, let's take a look around the league. Orleans in the 9th inning, trailing Cotuit by 1 run. Brewster and Wareham, they're in the same situation as us. They're in a delay. Falmouth up on the road against Harwich in the 4th inning. A little bit of a high-scoring one, similar to the one we've got going on right here. And then in the 4th, Chatham and YD. YD not used to these late nights with their early starts, but they're at Chatham, so that game started at 7 p.m. as we welcome you back inside the booth here at McKeon Park. D-Bot with you in the flesh with Max, with Graham. Gio's off to the side. I kicked him out. They made me take my hat off. That's why the hair's not looking good, but happy to be with you waiting this thing out. Hopefully we get back on and get the game back rolling in just a little while. So I see we've got D-Bot for us here. 9-9 record.
Hey, you're bringing it back, D-Bot.
2-game win streak. I think if I get this one wrong, this is like an extra credit. Like, it doesn't count.
All right, are you ready?
But the player for myself, and I'm just kidding. You guys tell me what the player is.
All right, your player is one of my former travel ball teammates, Max Bayless. He was just released by the Braves, but he's a pitcher at Santa Clara.
Steve Nash is. All right. Steve Nash was there when they upset.
That should get you half a point.
Yeah, honestly. Santa Clara.
Come on, man. You either got it or you don't got it.
He's worked it out a couple times after a couple seconds.
Santa Clara. We've got time to kill. I can think as long as I want. I'm giving the people what they want. All right, Santa Clara. Really, the only thing I know about them is that Steve Nash. That Steve Nash thing. I wish I could give you more facts, but I don't think they have a football team. Maybe they do in the FCS. West Coast.
We're getting you with the West Coast.
So I'm
it's your
thinking
kryptonite.
It's not they do have a football team. Thanks, Sam. Kid knows how to use the internet. All right.
You're drawing a blank. You have no idea.
It's Falcons keeps coming to my head, but why would a West Coast school name themselves the Falcons? Do they even have Falcons on the West Coast? I should be looking at you for this.
One of the high schools around me, their mascot was the Falcon.
Are you from the West Coast?
I'm from LA.
We don't talk enough.
Dude, he said that like a lot.
That's D-Bot.
Do you have one or not? Give us a guess.
Is it a bird?
No, it's not a bird.
All right. Then we'll go.
By the way, if you get this, there's an asterisk because I just gave you a hint.
Colonels.
This Broncos.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
That's the first one.
Let me triple check that actually.
I'll be honest. That's the first one, folks, that I genuinely it did not ring a bell at all on.
Yep, the Broncos.
Wow. Well, we need to find your record on West Coast schools. You're like 1-5.
The super fans will find that.
Get some advanced analytics on that.
The super D-Bot fans.
By the way, feel free to make a fan account. D-Bot fans, D-Bot_fans, D-Bot fans 123. I will like and follow. Yeah. So currently no update on the weather delay right here. Mitch Carricker, Dan Johnson. Actually, Dan Johnson's not down there. I'm just kidding. Mitch Carricker, Jan Hollis, the trainer. Looks like, is that Sean Riley there discussing it? He's been raking the dirt for a while. They're all discussing it. And I assume they're talking. So what do you think the deal is? Having conversations about, do we think this is going to get played? Should we try to get this in? How's the team doing? I think at this point, Scott Landers and Bourne manager. Oh, Scott Landers, the Bourne manager, is the man talking to Carricker. They have a friendly relationship.
Are we getting a play-by-play on a conversation happening on the infield?
You guys don't let me get a play-by-play in during the games.
Can I make a comment from off the shot here?
Can people hear Gio?
I first of all, it's a valiant effort.
Thank you.
Really like it. I will say, I do keep a record of every beat D-bot, so I could
Our
find
super
out-
fan.
I could find out.
Gio.
Well, I'm more the historian. I'm more not really the super fan. I provide the content for the super fans.
Can you make a Wikipedia page about that?
Can I make a Wikipedia?
That's when
is
folks-
that something you can do?
Yes. Do you not know about Wikipedia?
I don't go on Wikipedia. I use credible sources.
All right, to bring this back, my producers are telling me to wrap this up. We're still in the rain delay, and apparently they want me to get off air. So now we'll show you the latest episode of Around the Nest. I'm Daniel Bailino with Max Schwartzberg and Graham Nash, and Gio still haven't figured out how to say his last name. We'll see you in a bit.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to week 3 of Around the Nest. I'm your host, Sam Montag. The Hawks had a tough week this week, starting with a tie at Harwich, and then following the loss to Katuitt, they went 1-1 against YD. But there were still definitely some bright spots. One of those was Jackson Willett. The infielder from Oklahoma went crazy at the plate. He was led by his discipline and patience, and it spread to the entire team. Max Schwartzberg has more in A Hawks View.
Thanks, guys. Max Schwartzberg here at Jackson Willets. Jackson, you're off to a great start this summer. How's your approach changed from the metal bat to the wood bat?
It really hasn't changed. I'm just trying to keep doing the same thing I've done my whole life. Just see a fastball, hit a line drive at the middle, and give myself room for error, either pull side or opposite field, and I feel like I've done a good job with that.
And you've been drawing a lot of walks. How have you kept the strike zone so tight and been able to just keep yourself in advantage counts?
I feel like I've fouled off a lot of tough pitches since I've been out here, and ultimately when you do that, pitchers have to make more pitches, and eventually you get to where you draw a walk or something like that.
I think from your perspective, team seems to be hitting really well this season. What do you think is the kind of the game changer and how you guys have had a good approach at the plate?
I think we're a tough team to strike out, and when you're a tough team to strike out, you make the defense make plays, and on these fields out here, it's tough to make plays sometimes. So when they have to make plays and they have to make extra outs because we're not striking out, it helps us score a lot more runs.
Thanks so much, Jackson. Guys.
Thanks, Max. Well, as the team approaches the midway point of the season, focuses begin to shift onto playoffs. The Hawks are hoping to repeat their championship of the Western Division once again this year, and our own Giovanni Collado caught up with Coach Cogliano to talk more about it.
Giovanni Collada here, Diamond Side, for catching up with Cags with one Rich Cagliano. Coach, happy 4th of July weekend, a nice holiday weekend up here on the Cape. What's the meaning of this weekend to you?
It means everything. I'm a first-generation American. My mother came here. My grandparents all came here from other countries, and thank you.
Some love from Andrew Williamson.
That's Shampoo Williamson.
How do you earn that nickname?
Well, because he has beautiful hair, and it has blonde streaks in it, and I've never seen a male with that before. And he said it was a shampoo, so I call him Shampoo. Also, the other night, when Ray was at bat, I don't know if you remember, the bat slipped out of his hand. Yep. It hit Andrew's hair and broke. The bat broke on his hair.
I was going to say, I hope nothing broke for Andrew.
The bat, that's how much stuff he has in his hair. The bat broke on his hair.
It's that strong that it can withstand the force of a wood bat.
It's amazing hair. Look at him. Amazing hair.
Sure is amazing hair.
I like Shampoo.
We're talking about your hair. He's in the dugout, folks. Let's get back to baseball a little bit and away from hair. But talk about the Cape League being such a great place for players and for teams, coaches to come up here and develop. With individual success at the forefront, but also team goals still prevalent, how do you manage both those things?
Team goals. That's a good question. It's difficult to get everybody on the same page sometimes. Unfortunately, in this league, and you can't really blame them, these are the best of the best. And a lot of times the kids, they worry more about their batting average. They kind of know their batting average by the time they get to first. So keeping them focused on the fact that we're also here to win baseball games. obviously we want to showcase our talent, but winning baseball games should be the priority for everyone. I know it is for the coaching staff. So sometimes explaining that, it takes a couple weeks to get that through their heads a little bit.
What are some of the things you'll say to them in the early goings that would try to get that and speed that process up?
What I always say is, listen, if we have to play in this league, let's win it. You know, I don't know what you get. Maybe you don't get anything, but at least you have the pride of saying, yeah, for the rest of your life, I won the Cape League. And, you know, some of the teams are a little lackadaisical. They're waiting to get out of here. Be the team that's here every day with your head in the game, and you want to win. That's the message I give them.
And we talk about some of these great players that have come through the Cape Cod Baseball League. Are there any players, specific teams that you've coached that you use as examples of what you're trying to say?
Well, this is only my second year in the Cape, but I coached Legion ball for a long time, had draft picks. But Kane Kepley is the player that I always, and everyone gives me a hard time because I always talk about him, but the kid was unreal, you know, and he's, you know, I've always said if I had to start a game, I'd start it with Derek Jeter. And I think the second player I'd have would be Kane Kepley. So that's who I really use as an example.
That's high praise for Kane, but maybe some dangerous waters with Jeter up here in Boston.
Oh, I'm one of the few people that likes both the Red Sox and the Yankees. Obviously, I root for the Red Sox when they're playing them, but I've always loved the way the Yankees play the game, their style, and I've always loved Jeter as the most clutch athlete I've ever seen.
I'm going to expose myself here, but as a New Yorker, I love that. Thank you. Appreciate that. And Coach, happy 4th to you. Looking forward to a great weekend of baseball. Thanks for your time.
Happy 4th, and happy 4th to everybody out there in Harbor Hawk land, and God bless America.
Guys?
Thanks, Gio, and thank you, Coach Cogliano. Stick around after today's episode to see a special inside look on Andrew Williamson's hair and how he gets it so perfect. Well, the week was full of a lot of great plays, and Coach Cogliano hinted that this team is really the best of the best. But we took some of the top plays of the week and highlighted them for you. So let's send it over to Graham Nash and Giovanni Collado for the best of the nest.
Thank you, Sam. Welcome back to Best of the Nest. Can't believe it's week 3 already. Giovanni Collada with Graham Nash. And Graham, it might not have been the best week in the win-loss column for Hyannis. That doesn't mean there weren't highlight reel plays this week.
That's exactly right. And we've got a lot of defensive plays on the docket. Exactly 3. So no offense this week for Hyannis. All defense.
Let's get right into it with an incredible grab from Matt Mura this past Friday against YD. Check it out.
On July 4th, a man in scoring position for YD and Hyannis is down 1, trying to get out of a 2-out inning. And this wouldn't be done by those in the infield. It's going to be someone over in center. Matt Mura trailing this ball, catches on the run. Kept the game at a 2-1 ball game. Phenomenal route to the ball. Very well done, Matt Mura. Hyannis did end up losing that game, but a phenomenal run and catch for Matt Mura. One of a couple long snags we've got today.
We got a long snag coming from the infield. Jeff Luigi goes full Superman on this next one. Another 7th inning and another defensive highlight for Hyannis. Here, it's against YD at home, and look at Luigi go! Onto his back, full extension dive to end the 7th and keep it a tie game for Hyannis. And that could be play of the year, much less play of the week, Graham. Just an incredible grab from Luigi, goes full extension there. And Graham, as significant as that catch was then, Hyannis ended up winning in the bottom of the 8th inning 3-2 in a weather-shortened game. So that was a huge play for Luigi.
It really was. And speaking of huge plays, we've got a couple now that we want to highlight as our third play, a large collection of plays of the week. Check out the strikeouts Hyannis put together against Harwich. Thomas Crabtree got us started. 5 Ks through the first 3 innings. No Ks in the 4th, but then how about the response? From innings 5 through 10, Hyannis put up 13 strikeouts. Gio, they struck out 18 of the 30 outs recorded in this game against Harwich. Just kind of how the game went, though. They tied it. And that's just kind of how the week went, Gio. 18 strikeouts, but still a tie for Hyannis. The offense still trying to find some grooves in their groove in July.
Let's see if they can for the rest of this month as the playoffs approach. That's going to do it for us on Best of the Nest Week 3. We'll see you next week for Week 4. Sam, back to you.
Thanks, guys. We had some really incredible plays this week, and personally, that Jeff Luigi play had me up on my feet in the booth. The pitching this week has gone really well for the Harbor Hawks and for Coach Carricker. Despite a rough outing against Katuitt in the middle of the week, the pitching has really found their groove and settled back in. Allowing only 4 runs against YD in their 2 appearances, they've really been firing from all cylinders, and Graham Nash has more now.
Thanks, Sam. Hyannis pitching really found a groove this past week. Over the last 5 games, they combined struck out 36 batters, an unbelievable number highlighted by 18 Ks against Harwich on the road. Now that game ended in a tie, but still a lot of good things to look out for the pitching. The one thing that has stuck out every time we ask Mitch Carricker about the pitching, this is what he harps on. The free passes have still been high. 23 walks over the course of those 5 games for Hyannis pitching, so that needs to get cleaned up. That is what manager Mitch Carricker has told us he wants to see get fixed, because that is what's kept other teams in these ball games. Last night against YD on the road on July 4th, Hyannis had 8 hits compared to YD's 4. However, YD won the game 2-1 because of those walks. They didn't have any hits with runners in scoring position. They just got a walk, and then someone would hit a double or a triple, and the base runner would come their way around. So those free passes has been the killer for Hyannis pitching. That being said, they did really find a groove. They've kept all of their opponents over the last 5 games under 5 runs. The offense just kind of disappeared. Offense also didn't score more than 5 runs in any of the last 5 games, so they're trying to put the pieces together. It's only 4 games into July, so a lot of time for them to get that confidence back on the mound and at the plate come August, but that's what's really causing Hyannis issues right now, are the walks. But if they keep striking out 18 a game, 36 over 5 games, I think Mitch Carricker is going to be happy. Sam?
Thanks, Graham. The pitching has really been dominant all week long, from Tsubasa Tommy pitching a lights-out performance at YD to Richie Roman putting on his best start of the season this year. But the pitching is not the only thing that has found its groove this week at McKeon Park. The fans are putting on a performance, coming out every night, whether it's quite literally finding their groove during the 7th inning chicken dance to showing up in massive quantities night after night. They continue to impress and continue to support these Harbor Hawks. Well, that will do it for this week of Around the Nest. Thank you so much for tuning in. The Hawks are back in action this coming week, looking to build off their end-of-week momentum and secure themselves further into first place. Once again, stay tuned for an Andrew Williamson special look interview right after this. I'm Sam Montag. I've been your host this week, and we'll see you next week.
Giovanni Collada here with Rich Cogliano and Andrew Williamson, right fielder for Hyannis. Andrew, Coach Cogliano lauded whatever your hair process is. Could you shed some light on what you're doing to make it look like that?
You know you use lemon juice in the morning.
No, that's not the case.
What do you use? What's your product to go? What's your go-to product? Because it broke the bat the other night on your head.
I just use shampoo. I try to use sulfate-free stuff. And yeah, you know, I'm thankful to Lord Jesus that, you know, he gave me this. I'm thankful for it.
The flow?
Yeah.
You thank Jesus for your flow? Yes. All right. All right.
But yeah, for baseball, you know, just kind of shampoo, conditioner, and then if me and Coach Rich want to go do something afterwards, then we can maybe throw something in there, some paste or something maybe.
How do you get it so strong enough to break a wood bat?
That's a fib. That did not happen. A bat was flying at me, and I moved out of the way. And
the way I remember it, it broke on its head. That's what I remember.
We got to check the broadcast tapes to see if we can get the video back of that.
I might be wrong, but that's how I remember it. And that's how I will always remember it, that the bat broke in half on his ear.
Andrew?
No, I almost broke in half because of the bat.
I got nothing more for you folks.
Wait, before you go, during the game, just do a close-up in right field of his hairdo, and you'll get more viewers.
Sure, we sure will. I'm very excited for that. Andrew, thanks for your time.
Tell the people happy 4th of July.
Happy 4th of July, y'all. And happy birthday to me coming up soon. So.
All right.
Back here at McKeon Park, we do have an update about the weather delay. The new time, at least until they make a decision, has been pushed back from 8:28 to 8:40. We're in the top of the fourth inning with one out. I hope you guys enjoyed a week around the nest, and I, that being Max Schwartzberg, was able to catch up with Hayden Federico, the Ole Miss Rebel. Take a listen. Max Schwartzberg here, and I need somebody to play catch with. Hayden Federico.
What's up?
You played baseball and football in high school. What was it like being a two-sport athlete?
It was fun. Baseball's, a spring sport, so as a competitor, I just love to go out there and compete on Friday Night Lights in the fall, do it for my hometown, and it was a lot of fun.
Do you think playing football might have helped you with baseball, just playing two sports?
I do. I tell everybody that when they ask me. I think from the competitive level, you're going out there and you're with a different group of people and competing at a high level, and just different athleticism stuff. I think it's great for young kids.
To baseball, how'd you learn how to switch it?
So it's actually a funny story. I started really late switch hitting. My dad's a college coach, so when he got the job in Louisiana to go coach at Louisiana Monroe, he made me go try out for this team, and I always loved Francisco Lindor and Jose Ramirez, and he just told me go try out as a switch hitter, so I did it. Was not very good at first. I was probably like 13 years old, and I fully committed to it the next year when I was 14, and haven't looked back since.
And is righty the dominant side?
Righty is the dominant side.
So how have you been enjoying the Cape? First time out here, obviously.
Yeah, it's been great. This is obviously an incredible town and a team to play for, and the coaches have been awesome. The fields are they're really cool, and playing against great people and good players, and then the team is it's awesome. It's just fun to be around a good group of guys and good players, and it makes you better day in and day out.
The way you guys just gelled so fast this year, how has it just been getting to know everybody?
Yeah, so this was my first summer ball experience from the college side, and it's really cool, playing against guys that you see on TV every week, and then playing with guys that you've played against the whole season. It's really cool, and I've already learned a ton, and I've had a blast.
Coming off a great year at Ole Miss, what do you really want to work on?
I really came up here to really get better in the outfield. I DH'd most of the year as a freshman, so I want to get as many reps in the outfield as I can. And then from the plate point of view, I just want to have great at-bats and hit balls hard, put together some good swings, and continue to refine my game.
Going to an SEC school out of high school, what was the transition like? Was it really tough making that jump, or how did you navigate that?
I wouldn't say it was too tough. I've been around college baseball for a long time with my dad being a coach, so I kind of knew what to expect, but it was definitely a big jump, just the caliber of arms and the speed of the game. But I figured it out pretty quick, and it was fun. It was a good experience.
And then so in high school, you're also a scholar in the classroom, valedictorian.
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know how I did it. I just whatever I do, I like to go all out for, and I didn't want my parents to pay anything for college, and I knew academics was a huge part of that. So I really committed in the classroom and got my work done, and I ended up working out pretty well.
Well, thanks so much for playing catch with me, bro.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Welcome back to McKeon Park's Harbor Hawks fans. We are currently in a rain delay, and the latest update has said that we will resume play at 9:10. We thank you so much for sticking with us, and we will see you soon.
Well, this game started 3 hours and 1 minute ago, and we're in the top of the fourth inning with one out. The weather delay has ended. It was a lengthy one, and we're going to have new pitchers on both sides. It will be Max Stammel for Hyannis and Will Whelan, who we saw on June 19th for Bourne. As mentioned, a 4-3 Hyannis lead here in the top of the fourth inning. First pitch, or rather the resuming of this game, is scheduled for 9:10. So in about 4 minutes, about, 20 minutes ago, the players started heading their way back to the field. Bullpens started getting back in full. Dugouts, guys went out to warm up. So it kind of feels like we're starting square one, of course, still in the middle of this game.
Yeah, and that comes after a weather delay that spans nearly an hour and 15 minutes. It's around 7:50 p.m. or so is when this game was called after a loud crack of thunder was heard off into the distance off the left center field side here at McKeon Park. And since that, everyone's virtually, and everyone being the players, has virtually warmed down. For instance, they cooled off. Now they got to get back warm and readjust into this game, Max, which is a difficult ask of any athlete to have to do after sitting for that long to get back into game mode and locked in to try and finish this one out with a 5-3 Hyannis lead. And both squads will have to make adjustments accordingly.
Well, Max Stammel, the left-handed pitcher, will take the mound with one out here in the fourth inning. A man on first base, Riker Waite, an hour and 15 minutes ago, singled after a leadoff 3-1 putout of Campbell Smithwick. Gabe Camacho flipped to Tyler August, who then was covering. But for Stammel, entering his third appearance, 3 innings, has still not allowed an earned run. The strikeouts per 9, obviously the sample size is small, but at 15, he's been swing and miss impressive.
He sure has, and Stammel only a couple of appearances, as you mentioned, but he's a lefty that's got a slider that whips across the zone, Max, from a lower arm angle than we see a lot of lefties on this team throw, going across the zone with that breaking ball as we see here in warm-ups. And Stammel's got a very hard pitch coming out of Duke, Dallas, Texas native. Only got for 1 inning in that Brewster game with a strikeout, as you mentioned, but, it comes into this game now as a starter for the remainder of the game, and that's the adjustment, the mindset that he's going into this game with. Now, every player's got to think that, starting a new game here, have to adjust. This game is critical for both sides as Hyannis tries to stop a skid, while Bourne looks to stay hot, winners in 4 out of their last 5. They can get another one here against Hyannis. They'd have to come back to do it.
Well, Stammel, teammates with Jeff Lugie at Duke this past spring, 22 innings, a 4.09 ERA. Strikeouts per 9 at 10.2, but the walks per 9 at 4.9. So that 4.9 walks per 9 actually matches what Hyannis entered this game in. And again, they have 5 walks on the day. 4 of those charged, or all 5 of those rather, to Thomas Crabtree, the starter of this game, who, as we mentioned right after the weather delay began, just didn't seem to have consistent composure within the strike zone. But Mitch Carricker looking for more from Stammel, and you mentioned it, Gio, kind of like he's starting this game off. It almost feels like a new game.
Yeah, and he's got to go into this with a starter's mindset, as you said, but still knowing that the situation is changed. You're almost going into like a start. This would never happen, but you have a 2-0 lead with. That's what you're really looking at. Yeah, 5-3, same thing, but that's the kind of frame of mind that Stammel should go into this game with.
Riker Waite on first base. Logan Hughes singled back in the first inning, stole a base as well. The only stolen base on either side tonight. Hawks looking to roll 2.
And the thing that was really getting down Hyannis pitching in the early parts of this game before the weather delay was getting down in counts. Saw a lot of 2-0s, saw a lot of 3-1s.
In the air to left center field, walk coming in, and it's in front of him. A single out of the chute, and runners at first and second with 1 out.
Well, you can't tag after the delay, Max, of that long, and we hate to keep bringing it up, but it is such a factor in this game that you got single for Hyannis pitching. Of course, it was a very long time ago in the relative frame of this game that Tyler August allowed that single to Riker Waite. And now Bourne mounting something together, and their momentum, its momentum rather, hasn't been shaken despite that delay, at least thus far.
Cam Kojal with 2 on and 1 away. There's that breaking ball. Kojal was originally at Vanderbilt in 2024. Then he played for the Braves in the summer of 24. Had a .252 average before transferring over to Arkansas. And he had an incredible season with 15 home runs. Briefly gets away from Briggs. But only playing in his 3rd game for Bourne this summer. Kind of a late arrival. Three runs on 6 hits for Bourne. 5 on 8 hits for Hyannis. 2 errors for the Harbor Hawks as well. Chopper, third base way in foul territory. Charlie Bates, no play.
And the lefties, like Kojal, is going to have a really tough time. They are going to have a really tough time against Max Stammel because of that release point. He releases it nearly around 3 o'clock as you look out at him, and so he's releasing the baseball pretty much at the lefties' bodies in the lefty batter's box. It's going to be so difficult for those left-handers to stick into a pitch.
On the outside corner, strikeout number 1 of the day for Max Stammel. When I was talking with Jake Schaffner about hitting left on left, especially if they have a weird arm angle, it's almost as if they're releasing the baseball behind your ear. And look at this.
I think that's a perfect example of what he means there. It's so far behind Kojal. But the righties, they're probably going to really have success, or they could have a lot of success, because it's coming in for them way far away. And so if it's not starting over the plate, they'll have a good tip.
Cahuyo Aloy checks his swing, but he doesn't go. Runners both go. Briggs throws down to second, and it hits off of the second base runner, Logan Hughes. And that will score a run as Riker Waite is in. Another kind of miscue throw from behind the plate from Brody Briggs. And the Braves pull within 1 run.
Free passes continue to mar the recent week for Hyannis in this really recent skid that they're on. Now they allowed 4 errors against Brewster last time. That's the 3rd of this game. And it's allowed Bourne to draw the closer in the same fashion as in which Bourne started this game, with a stolen base from Logan Hughes and an E2 that allowed him to go to 3rd before a wild pitch from Thomas Crabtree.
Aloy teammates with Logan Hughes at Arkansas, but he was at BYU his freshman year in 2024. So both of them newcomers for the Razorbacks this past spring. Stammel brings it back to an even count.
Razorback team Max that made it all the way to Omaha, lost in heartbreaking fashion to LSU in what was a wild game. Both Aloy and Kojal were key parts of that middle infield for the Hawks.
Swing and a miss, and back-to-back strikeouts for Max Stammel. The Braves get another run. It's 5-4 Hyannis as we head to the bottom of the 4th.
This week we've been working a lot with doing play-by-plays, just doing behind-the-scenes stuff with sports broadcasting, which I never really realized how much went into it, but it's been really cool.
They've grown a lot. I've never really done like a program like this before, so like seeing all the behind-the-scenes have like really grown.
I've learned how to really just gain confidence in my play-by-play speaking, and I've learned more terms here when it comes to directing and producing, and I've just had a great time with John Rook.
Doing the play-by-play stuff and all that, being with a guy like John Rook, understanding what like the major kind of entails of doing this camp, just really a preview for what you do here at Dean or any other college doing broadcasting, so I'm definitely more prepared to make this a job of mine.
Cape Cod 5 is proud to be the official banking partner of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Cape Cod 5 offers a broad range of financial products and services tailored for every stage in your financial journey. Reach out to us. We're here to help.
Well, like Tyler August, Jonathan Stevens, who was pitching for Bourne, his day had been cut short from the weather delay. We have a new pitcher on the hill. It's Will Whelan, who we did see on June 19th against the Harbor Hawks. Another southpaw, so back to that favorable matchup against this lefty-heavy lineup in Hyannis.
Yeah, and it's the same challenge that this very lefty-heavy lineup with 7 out of the 9 guys as natural lefties, that the same challenge that they're going to have to overcome in the first couple of frames. And Max, for the first time all season, they flipped the order in each of the first 3 seasons in response to that difficulty. And and the leadoff men have done very well. A couple of leadoff singles to go along with a leadoff walk from Brody Briggs in the 3rd. And this is the kind of expectation we've come to see from these Hyannis bats. They're going to be put in adverse situations, and most of the time, they're going to be able to work their way out of it.
Well, let's compare stats between the Harbor Hawks and the Braves. The average, of course, Hyannis leaders of the entire Cape League in batting average, with the ERA not all too different. And as we mentioned, the win-losses, of course, Bourne started very low. They were last in the West for the first week and a half, 2 weeks of the season. Hyannis has been in first place the entire time, but as you mentioned, Falmouth just 1 point behind the Harbor Hawks. They've been really creeping up.
And the Harbor Hawks go to Gov Fuller Field tomorrow to face off against the second-place Commodores, so that should be an absolute heavyweight fight.
Ryan McKay, who's plated 3 runs in this game. RBI 6, 7, and 8 for McKay. Mura still leads the team with 10. And he swings wildly. Count level at 1.
And it was a great start to a response for Ryan McKay. He struck out 3 times 2 days ago against Brewster. So for him to start single and really make contact with everything over the plate is a really good sign.
Well, he's late on a breaking ball there, and I guess it's an adjustment. You face a lefty your first at bat, then you face the righty, then you go back to a lefty. Could definitely be daunting for a hitter, especially when you could take into account an hour and 30-minute rain delay. Chop to first, and Cade Lewis for out number 1. It's the first time a leadoff hitter has not reached tonight for Hyannis.
And that just shows you the aggression in which the Harbor Hawks have come out with in this game. Almost, Max, like you mentioned, in response to the apathy in Brewster on Sunday, where leadoff men were wildly unsuccessful. And so that's a philosophical change from Mitch Carricker that we're seeing enacted tonight. And for that to be the first time that you don't get the leadoff man on, Mitch Carricker will take that as long as it continues to happen down the line.
Gabe Camacho singled back in the first inning, and if you remember, as it was hours ago, it was an infield hit to Cade Lewis at first base, but Camacho evaded the tag, was able to reach, then he struck out looking on a fastball inside, his second time up. Pops it over our head. And I guess kind of a theme of the rest of this game is what team is going to get into a groove first, because, you know, both teams kind of thrown out of the rhythm by a big delay like that.
It's almost more difficult than just going into the game fresh, where you've had most of the day to rest and stretch.
Almost hits Camacho.
Because what you've got to do is, after being warm and after you've seen these guys, thoughts are racing through your mind about, what do I do if I see this pitch? Or what do I do when I see this ball? Or how do I make this adjustment against what they're doing? And it's honestly a bit tougher for these guys.
Frontor, but inside, 3 balls and a strike. And it'd be huge for the Harbor Hawks just to get out scoring right away, especially after Bourne was able to bring a run home. Hyannis' lead, only 1 run once again, 5-4. Fisted to the right side. Cade Lewis covers, flips to the pitcher. It's over his head, and Camacho collides with Will Whelan. He'll reach. We'll wait for the official ruling, but it was a tough play ranging for the first baseman, Lewis.
Yeah, and Camacho with the bounce over to the dugout on the first base side might have been able to get more here, but like you said, Max, he hits Will Whelan on his way to cover, and that keeps him at bay at first.
Sawyer Black faced the starter Noah Franco, and then he faced Jordan Stevens. So we saw the lefty, then he saw the righty. Now he's back to a lefty and Will Whelan. You could just feel the difference in how quiet McKeon Park is right now.
There was a lively crowd here despite the threat of weather. And now they've almost got to play in silence.
Catches the corners. Still no official ruling on the Cape website, and it's actually now being called a single for Camacho. So he's got 2 base hits, and both of them have gone to the first baseman, Cade Lewis. You don't see that every day. Chopped into the dugout, first base way, where the Bourne Braves are housed. One, 2 to Black is swung through, and there's strike 3, the third strikeout of the game for Braves pitching.
And the second of the game, Max, for Sawyer Black. And we mentioned, or rather, I believe it was Graham that said, of all the things to tag him for and what's otherwise been a very strong start to his Cape League campaign, he struck out a lot. And that's up to 5 times now in 3 games. So something to look at as he continues to get in games.
Jeff Luigi standing in. Teammates with the Harbor Hawks pitcher now, Max Stammel, both at Duke. You don't see as many ACC as you do the SEC, of course, here on Cape Cod.
Seen a little Big Ten, too.
Down low.
Had to shout out Graham's conference.
Big Ten ever expanding, especially after this past year. And a couple new teams from the then Pac-12. Luigi, a big swing at the 2-0.
Just an observation, Max. It looks like the pie eating contest, it will still happen.
Yeah, we're going to stay live. We're going to stay live because Ava's doing it.
And apparently, Ava Fernandez, our sideline reporter, will be a participant, so stay tuned. Camacho on first. Luigi late again. We got to get D-Bot on the pie contest.
Well, that was a debut for him. I don't know. It wasn't his debut on the air, but it was his debut in weather delay time filling. Things to be worked on.
Slop foul off to the left, out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2.
Luigi was making really good contact with the baseball before the weather delay. 2 lineouts that were hit really hard, frankly. It was just right at second baseman Kojal and then right at right fielder Aloy. So he was seeing it well. That's going to be really tough to just come back from. You were hitting it and seeing it well, and then you've got to take a long break, and now you're trying to come back with the same groove and momentum that you had.
Hyannis has scored in each of the first 3 innings. That could end here, though. Camacho at first, but 2 outs. And it looks like we'll have another problem with Campbell Smithwick's mask. Remember, earlier today, there was something going on there. He's going to have to go get this checked out by Scott Landers. You don't always see the catchers with the old school. It's kind of like the flip-off mask. A lot of times you see the hockey mask.
Yeah.
Nowadays.
And I wonder if PitchCom makes an insert of sorts, Max. I'm not too familiar with how that is heard by the catcher. I think it goes in the hat or something like that.
They have
helmet?
for the catcher, for the fielders on the field, it plays out because there's no risk of the hitter in the box hearing it. But the catcher, he's got an earpiece so the batter can't hear it.
Right.
But everybody else on the field who has pitch comm, I don't know if they, at least in MLB, all the players have pitch comm so they can kind of anticipate.
And I know that's somewhere in their helmet, at least for the pitchers, or rather their hats. The other ad about the weather here, Max, is if that more weather comes, you need to get through full 5 to have this game be called.
In the air foul off to the left out of play.
And that is called with the result standing. There was potential for the game to have to be restarted should they not get through 5 innings.
The third 2-2 count. Luigi fists it fair down the right field line. Let's see Camacho run. He's on his way to third base. Mitch Carricker will throw the stop sign on. And the Harbor Hawks threaten here in the last of the 4th inning.
Graham said that Luigi was getting contact before the weather delay. It took him a couple pitches, but now he's got his contact, just a beautiful rope into right field. It takes a bit of a stopping hop in right so that the right fielder Cuyo Aloy had to make a longer run, and that allowed Camacho to chug in safely to third.
Jason Walk batting right-handed for the 2nd time tonight. 2nd of 3 times up to the plate. Walk picked up an RBI on the walk back in the 1st inning. That was with the bases loaded against the starter, Noah Franco. Already 10 hits for the Harbor Hawks. It doesn't really feel like that, but perhaps just because the game has been so cut up.
I think, too, because all the hits pretty much have been singles. It's been all small ball. They've slowly kind of moved around the infield, with the only extra base hit being Matt Mura's double in the 3rd.
Misses off the outer half. And just like that, Pat Whelan falls behind 3 balls and no strikes. Brody Briggs on deck, who now has 2 errors in this game, both throwing. Walk taking all the way, and there's strike 1.
That was a really nice pitch, pinpointed on the inside of the plate. That's kind of been missing today for the pitchers, but that time called a strike.
Check over at first. Luigi was leaning, but he's back in time. We've seen a couple of Harbor Hawks fall victim over the past week, especially during this kind of losing skid, to the left-handed pickoff move. You know, it's tough. Some of those guys are really crafty with their move. Walk smashes a ball center field. LaGrande on the run, but he'll get there in time to make the catch. Harbor Hawks don't score here in the last of the 4th inning. We'll head to the top of the 5th. 5-4 Hyannis.
When you need to dig, lift, move, cut, or just about anything else, then dial up the rental source staffed with equipment and construction experts. They'll help you get the right machine for the job and make sure it's delivered when and where you need it. With locations across New England and the newest and most reliable inventory, Milton Rents is your local source.
When I started teaching on the Cape 30 years ago, you could buy a house on a teacher's salary. But today, teachers, public safety officers, healthcare and hospitality workers, the people who make the Cape work, are struggling to find homes they can afford. And I really worry about the kids who will follow us. I think it's time we learn to do better.
If housing on Cape Cod matters to you, join us at capehousingmatters.org.
Top of the 5th inning. And it's pie time. It wasn't actually Ava Fernandez. We thought it would be. But we don't really know who it is because there's a lot of interns right in front. It looks like one of the game day guys.
We still don't know who the player
can't
is.
quite get a look at it. I will say, nice to see that the pie eating contest stays vigilant despite the weather delay.
So it's Peyton from Baseball Ops.
Don't have a last name for Peyton.
The first baseman from Wake Forest, number 23.
It's Mason Russell, right-handed pitcher, versus Peyton from Baseball Ops. Don't know who got the win. There was no publication of the pie eating contest.
Yeah, we're just winging it.
Peyton's still chowing down over there.
Ooh, Cade Lewis takes one up top. Hit by pitch.
Ouch. That was obviously wasn't intentional from Stammel, but going head hunting just off the bicep over there.
I think tonight's already making its case for one of the weirder days / games of the season.
I think so.
Just one of those games that doesn't seem like it can move forward, and then you have the big rain delay, and yeah, it's been interesting tonight. Holcomb takes strike one on the inner half. He's only faced Thomas Crabtree, did not face Tyler August, was 0 for 1 with the walk, but he did punch out to end the first inning. Out ahead.
And Max, with that hit batsman and Cade Lewis to lead off the inning, that's now 5 straight ball games where Hyannis pitching has hit at least one batter, and they've hit at least one batter in 7 of their last 8.
And he strikes out Holcomb on 3 pitches. That's the 24th strikeout of the summer for Holcomb on just 8 walks.
Well, that's impressive numbers. That time gets him with the heater, blows it right past Holcomb at his chest. And he's been dealing pretty well. I mean, you erase that hit by pitch, and it's 3 strikeouts in his last 4 batters. He did allow that single to Logan Hughes right away, but other than that, it's been wipeout stuff like that. A lot of swinging and missing.
And you also got to give him flowers where they're due. He didn't have that much time to warm up because they only allowed the players to go on the field, 20, 30 minutes before they said the game was back on. So it was kind of get ready fast mode and worry about everything else later.
And you wonder as well at what point Stammel was told he would be on the mound, because it's not like they knew right away they'd be coming back and he could be stretching in the school behind the field. So this could have been very last minute, and it could have been no more than 20 minutes to get ready and go.
To the extent where before the delay, we saw Richie Roman warming up in the bullpen, assumedly taking over for Tyler August at some point. And that was just completely derailed.
1-2, he got him. What was the wipeout? Breaking ball to Holcomb. He blows the espresso right by John LeGrande. 4 strikeouts.
Already the 9th of the game for Hyannis as well. Win or lose, Max, this is something that the Harbor Hawks and their pitching staff continue to do very well.
Gavin Kelly getting another look. So we've seen some SEC, we've seen ACC, Big Ten. How about Big 12? West Virginia.
Go Mountaineers.
50 hits in 51 games for the Mountaineers. 1-0 inside.
We've also got Big West covered with Gabe Camacho and Matt Mura.
Yep. 2-0 outside, and it's interesting to see how some teams tend to have a lot of guys from the exact same school. You know, what stood out to me was Orleans has 3 guys on UCSD. That's pretty crazy. So 3 teammates of Gabe Camacho's on the Firebirds alone. Catches the corner.
During recruiting, I'm sure during the year, you hear about one guy going, player or a GM will say, hey, how about, X, Y, and how about this guy? How about that guy? Because you're already looking in the same spot, so take whatever talent you can if you're a front office executive.
I feel that the Harbor Hawks are a pretty spread out team. There's not too many teams that are very prominent. It's kind of all around. There's a walk, the first walk issued by Stammel.
The catcher from Mississippi, number 45, Campbell Smithwick.
So Campbell Smithwick comes up for the 3rd time tonight. He's only registered 1 at bat. There's a ground out to Gabe Camacho back in the 4th inning. But he's one of 6 walks now issued by Harbor Hawks pitching. Two on and 2 down here in the top of the 5th inning. Upstairs, snap throw back to second, and it gets away. Both runners will try to advance. The throw comes into 3rd, and it's late. That could potentially be the 3rd throwing error of the game for Brody Briggs.
Well, a heads-up realization to note that Cade Lewis was well off the bag. He just gets a little too excited on the throw and skips it into McKay for Max, like you said, what could be the 3rd error of the game for Brody Briggs. And then, in turn, heads-up base running from both Lewis and Kelly to read Jason walk in center field, get good jumps, and the throw just a tad late and off to the right of Charlie Bates at 3rd.
So it is an E2. That's 3 errors for Briggs, 4 on the game for Hyannis. They had 4 against Brewster. It's just one of those stretches for the Harbor Hawks. 2 in scoring position now. Bounces in. And Briggs keeps it in front. Smithwick teammates with Hayden Federico at Ole Miss. An .874 OPS in 40 games with 5 homers this past spring. 3-1 at the top of the zone. Lewis on 3rd, Kelly on 2nd. And ball 4.
Shortstop from Vanderbilt, number 3.
Now Stammel's got to flip the order with Riker Waite coming back up. And this is a decisive moment in this game for Bourne. Yes, there are 2 outs, but remember, if more weather's on the way, it's this 5th frame that could be the final one.
You have to get through 5 for the game to be considered official should another weather delay come up. The base is juiced and strike 1.
Doesn't look like there's anything.
Bounces in, that's to the backstop. Here comes the throw, but it doesn't come in time. A wild pitch for Max Stammel, and this game is tied at 5.
And there you see the effects of the weather delay. Brody Briggs scampering to the backstop to try and pick up that ball. He slips on the grass between the back of the home plate dirt and the backstop, and that's a direct attribution to the weather delay, and just more errors continuing to plague Hyannis to the tune of a 5-5 game.
Well, you talk about warming up physically in the outfield. These guys also have to mentally lock in again after, an hour plus away from the game spent inside. This game is tied at 5, but another run 90 feet away as Stam will continues to miss that inside part of the plate. Riker Waite is 3 for 3. Has not been retired tonight by Hyannis pitching. And he launches. Right center field, walk on the run towards the warning track. And he bangs up against the wall and makes the final out of the inning. We're halfway through, 3 hours and 40 minutes later. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th here at McKeon Park. Hey Harbor Hawks fans, did you know the NAC Cape Cod is the official Light Up the Park sponsor of the Hyannis Harbor Hawks all season long? Thanks to the NAC, the lights at McKeon Park stay bright all summer as the future stars take the field with 2 convenient locations in Orleans and Hyannis. The NAC is the perfect spot for a burger, taco, sandwich, and much more. Visit thenacCapeCod.com to learn more or order online. Bottom of the 5th inning, and Brody Briggs due up. It'll be 8-9-1 coming up. And we have our answer for who's that Harbor Hawk. We were all stumped. It's Pete Fairbanks. I was not going to get that.
There was a user on X that guessed this correctly, meaning that every single Who's That Harbor Hawk has been answered correctly by somebody.
Brody Briggs leads off. We can all testify about the NAC and it being delicious. We went, last week?
Yeah.
What game was it after?
I don't remember.
The Falmouth one that got fogged out.
Oh, yeah, it was the fog out. So we all had we did Hawk Talk.
Yep.
And then we had to rush because it closes at 9. We get there just in time. I had a double onion ring burger with a strawberry shake. It was a good burger. It tasted good.
That's aggressive. That's you're going for the full experience.
Hey, you're only 20 once. That's what they say.
No, I'm not.
hey, I'm healthy. I didn't get the fries.
There you go.
You did get the shake, though.
Well, I'm not like a rabbit. I'm not just going to eat the meat and be like, all right, that's it.
You're only 20 once, Graham.
Oh, yeah, rabbits don't eat meat. That doesn't make any sense. They eat lettuce. You guys ever seen those videos where they just munch on lettuce?
I've seen one eat a carrot a lot
Folks,
and talk about a doctor.
If you need any indication about how this game has been, take a listen.
What's up, Doc?
Have you guys seen that Bugs Bunny clip where he plays with him, like he plays the game by himself? Like he pitches to himself and he hits it himself?
He plays baseball?
Yeah.
I remember that, actually.
I apologize for this, guys.
It's been a long day.
9:44 p.m. We got to the ballpark around 2.
Yep.
We're literally halfway through. 3-run pitch coming up to Brody Briggs. On the ground, right side, Cade Lewis. A guy who's quietly having a really good day coming up to the plate in Charlie Bates. He's 2 for 2. And we heard from Charlie before the game. He said that triple was like a sigh of relief after breaking that big 0-for spell. And let's not forget, Charlie Bates had a really good start to the season the first couple of weeks of June. And then just the middle part of this stretch has just been such a downpour for him, but it looks like he's on the way out. I mean, now, 3 hits in the last 48 hours.
He did have a really great start to the season, Max, and it was, unfortunate to see that it looked like and felt like he had the same approach and just facing some difficult pitchers, at least early on, and then it progressed. He started to strike out a lot. He started to be in front of, behind pitches. And what happened of recently, given the work that he's put in, he's come in a few days before any of his teammates, well early, to get those extra reps in with hitting coach Sean Riley, and now you're starting to see the results.
2-0, swung through.
And remember, Bates is only a rising sophomore at Stanford, just coming off of his first season at college baseball, during which he suffered some injuries. So he's just getting now to play this level of competition consistently.
He was 6 for his first 16. That was spanned 4 games. He was really on a heater, but then, yeah, just kind of went quiet.
Gets the call in the outside corner, and Bates down on strikes. So that turns the order to the top. Jake Schaffner, 1 for 2 with a hit by pitch. Schaffner only leading off in the second game this summer. Of course, suffered that injury on June 24th at Falmouth. Missed about a week and a half, almost 2 weeks. Returned to the lineup on the 4th of July. Had a little bit of an over spell, but then picked up his first hit since returning back in the first inning. I caught up with Jake the other day. Stay tuned for another episode of Highlight a Hawk. And I asked him about his experience in the transfer portal, because we've talked a lot in the booth, guys, that's the new era of college baseball. And he said it was pretty crazy. You know, there's a lot of uncertainty to go around with it, but he ultimately chose UNC Chapel Hill because of the culture around it. And he's met, of course, Sawyer Black on the team. They've already formed a great friendship, as Smithwick thought he had strike 3. A lot can change in a year, you know. You have a great season. In Schaffner's case, 2 great seasons, hit over 360 this past spring at North Dakota State. And a place you found comfort in, you decide to move on from, and that could be a scary task.
A scary task for players, but an even scarier one for team builders. Because the flux of rosters across baseball, yes, but really, frankly, every sport becomes this cat and mouse game of how do you get players to be committed to your program while also filling your program and your roster with the best available talent.
In the air left field, long run for Braden Holcomb, but he's got room. The first 1-2-3 inning of the game here in the bottom of the 5th inning. We'll head to the top of the 6th, a 5-5 tie. Top of the 6th inning, Max Stammel still out there. And it'll be, had to flip my scorebook, 2-3-4 due up for the Braves. Hyannis gave up the game-tying run back in the 5th inning on another wild pitch. And it's been kind of a game of freebies once again. They've got 4 errors. Brody Briggs 3. It just hasn't been a clean game of baseball, and that's just kind of the way Hyannis has been playing as of late. But I guess if you're Mitch Carricker, you hope that the rain delay, of course, the first inning not very representative, but would be kind of a reset button. And this is the first full inning they're pitching out of the rain delay, so an opportunity.
Yeah, and this game has been a back-and-forth affair. Of course, the lone demerit is probably the free passes outside of that weather delay. In the sense, Max, that it hasn't been like a barn burner. You don't see it like a 3-run home run followed up by 4 singles in a row, like we've seen some offensive battles this year across the Cape. It's more who can play less bad defense.
Pop up, and nice catch by Charlie Bates backpedaling. Camden Kuzel will come up for the 3rd time. He struck out twice tonight. It's been impressive to see, despite all the free passes, the way that the Harbor Hawks so far have been able to contain him.
Absolutely, Max. And this is one of the most dangerous hitters in this order for Bourne and Cam Kojal.
Chop to first. Camacho ranging, spins and fires with the pitcher Stammel covering. Nice play. Well, there's your PFP, Gio.
Yep, and Stammel being asked to do a lot in this outing where he probably, we're just guesstimating here, but only 20, 30 minutes to warm up. In any case, he did not have a normal period to get loose for this game, and he's been asked for a lot so far, and now he's delivered quite nicely with 4 strikeouts.
So up comes Aloy for the 4th time tonight. Nine strikeouts on the day for Hyannis pitching. From the outside looking in, you could almost pencil that in, but at the same time with that coin as he swings through his shoes.
Yeah, Kuyo Aloy tried to send that well into the trees.
Try to send it to Neptune. Checked his swing, but he did not go.
Oh my God, we made 4.
On a 2-1, Aloy takes outside. And for Stammel, you get 2 quick outs. It's really important for you to be able to jump ahead of this final hitter, but not able to do so. And some of these misses, we've talked about non-competitive. Case in point right here. Looking to battle back into this at bat against Aloy. That's ball 4.
And again, after 2 quick outs for Max Stammel, losing his traction and counts. That's been a budding problem through this short outing so far, Max. That he's able, yes, he fights off a hit by pitch in the last frame to take that as a microcosm for what we've seen from him tonight. Gets 2 quick strikeouts on pretty commanding at-bats, and then starts out hot on those 2 walks he allows, as he did this one, and just loses it.
That hits him. Second time Cade Lewis has been hit by a pitch, now in back-to-back plate appearances.
Third baseman from Vanderbilt, number 34, Braden Holcomb.
Two on and 2 down for Bourne. The Braves did lead 2-0 back in the first inning, but since then, Hyannis has clawed back consistently. They had a 5-3 lead at one point. Now we sit at a tie. Braden Holcomb, who struck out twice tonight. It was 2 quick first outs for the Harbor Hawks, but then the walk and the hit by pitch, and Stammel falls behind.
Not sure how long Mitch Carricker is going to ask Stammel to go. He has only gone 2 innings through his first 2 starts. Well, that's the longest he's gone through his first 2 appearances for Hyannis.
2-0. There's nobody actively warming up in the Harbor Hawks bullpen. There's a couple guys standing around stretching, but no catchers down there, and absolutely nothing for Bourne.
I just think I see Ray Velasquez over there, one of the infielders, having a little fun.
3-0. Now 8 walks and 2 hit by pitches for Hyannis.
Center fielder from St. John's, number 1, John LeGrande. To make the call.
Blaze Martinez coming out.
And Max, now you have a decisive part of the order for Max Stamble with John LeGrande coming up. Ryan Cooney pinch hitting for Gavin Kelly, and Campbell Smithwick due up again for what would be the 3rd time in as many frames.
So it's Braden Holcomb with the bases loaded for Bourne.
Now the go-ahead run in Max. And the free passes continue to plague Hyannis. We sound like broken records up here. But that's all that you can say about the way that Hyannis has played recently.
And that's 3 hit by pitches. Back-to-back and 6-5, and it's kind of damage control for Mitch Carricker right here.
Right, and this Max Stamble gets 2 quick outs, then walks a batter, hit by pitch, walk a batter, hit by pitch. Free pass city.
In the air, foul off to the right, out of play. LeGrande 2 strikeouts today. I mean, Hyannis, they've lit up the strikeout numbers, as we've talked about, but it's just the walks and free passes that have plagued them.
They've got the most strikeouts in the Cape League, but also the 3rd most walks. That's kind of been the story of their season so far.
And I feel like that pitch is kind of representative of what goes wrong in an at-bat, because you put yourself in the advantage count, and then you miss, quite frankly, not very close. And it's hard for you to dig yourself out of a hole when you work it even and then to an unfavorable count. Broken bat, incoming Jason Walk. It could go for no man's land, and it will. 1 run is in. Here comes another. And Bourne takes an 8-5 lead. It's an RBI single, or a 2-run single for John LeGrande. That's his first hit against Hyannis all summer long. He was 0-for on the 19th.
That's just kind of been the day for Hyannis in general. It was a good pitch from Stamble, got a broken bat, got really weak contact, and it was just way off the end of it. If the bat didn't break, it would have been an easy fly out for Walk. If it broke a little bit more, it would have been a pretty easy play for Schaffner. But it was right in, like you said, no man's land, and 2 runs come across.
Now Braden Holcomb at third. And Gavin Kelly takes strike 1. Hyannis still out hitting Bourne 10-7. Runner goes, and he'll stop. They're trying to get in a rundown here. Schaffner stares him back. Now it's back to the first baseman, Camacho. He's coming home, and it is not in time. It's off. No, they're saying that he hit the ball. They're saying he hit it out of his hand, and that will end the inning. Let's take another look. Yep, right there. He hits it right out of the hand of Brody Briggs.
Briggs had the tag, and LeGrande hits it out of his hand to try and spur that, extend the inning.
Well, we'll head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Hyannis has some work cut out to them. They trail 8-5.
Owning a home means you can protect your family and put down roots in a community you care about. It gives you a place to celebrate the joys of daily living and be together during tough times. But for many on Cape Cod, home ownership is slipping further out of reach. Help make sure the American dream is available to the teachers, public safety professionals, and all the other people who make the Cape a special place. Visit capehousingmatters.org to find out more.
Bottom of the 6th inning, Harbor Hawks trailing by the biggest margin of the game, 8-5. And it's been a crazy night. Matt Mura to lead it off. It'll be 2-3-4 for Mitch Carricker. Still going up against Will Whelan. But this is a big inning for the Harbor Hawks in the sense that you have the 1-2-3 inning at the plate, the first of the game in the 5th. Then the pitching doesn't follow it up when they're out on the hill. Max Stanwell had a tough inning. Now Hyannis does not have any momentum in their favor. So they're going to need to make some noise here in the 6th. Mura had the RBI double back in the 3rd inning. He just tried to stretch it to a triple, but he was unable to do so. Matt's technically halfway to the cycle. I mean, he is. Single back in the 2nd, a double in the 3rd. And as mentioned, he tried to stretch that double into a triple. So Mura picked up RBI number 11 to extend his lead on the team number. Second closest is 8. And what's so impressive about that is that he's usually the 1 or 2 hitter, and especially as a leadoff man, you don't always see the RBI count that high, but that's just not the case for Mura. On a 1-1, Mura takes down low.
The top of this Hyannis order has really done a lot of damage. From Schaffner to McKay, they've only been retired a combined 3 times. And before Schaffner got up in the 5th, it was only combined 2 times. They've been really hitting well. But the question remains, how are they going to come back after such a long break? Schaffner popped out to Holcomb over at 3rd base. Mura's doing a good job working his way into an advantage count. But it's got to be so hard after that long of a break to find your rhythm again.
Chop to 3rd. Will it stay in fair territory? No, it won't. Brain Holcomb just in foul territory. So the count runs full. Eight to 5. Bourne here now in the bottom of the 6th inning. And a 3-2 inside. So a good start for the Harbor Hawks here in the last of the 6th. And it hasn't been the cleanest game either for Bourne. Of course, more magnified for Hyannis, but that's the 4th walk issued by Braves pitching.
And we'll see how the Harbor Hawks have to muster their first response of the game with all that's happened tonight. Again, we keep coming back to this delay, Max, because it's thrown everybody off their rhythm. And that's, the great equalizer there, that everyone has to deal with it. But that doesn't mean that the Harbor Hawks don't have an even bigger hole than they face on the scoreboard because of it.
And McKay, a guy, no matter what, as he takes strike one, that's going to give you a locked-in at-bat. He's been spectacular today. 3 RBI, 2 singles back in the first and the second, but he grounded out to first in the fourth. Reaches for this and pokes it to center. LeGrande had a late read, but he's able to recover. So Gabe Camacho coming up for the 4th time, and he has lit up the scoreboard in singles, but not the way you would expect. Both of his hits have gone to the first baseman, Cade Lewis. The first one back in the first inning 4 hours ago was kind of in one of the no-man's land area. He was able to evade the tag, and then the one in the fourth, it was a pitcher's fielding practice, long ground ball range for Cade Lewis, and the pitcher, Will Whelan, was too late in covering first base. Camacho legged it out. He's just another one of those gritty players that's going to put his head down and hustle, and that kind of defines this Harbor Hawks squad. It's been really encouraging to see the way these guys try to leg out everything. They play for each other, and it's really awesome.
And I'd be fascinated, Max, to learn how much of that aspect of Gabe Camacho's game has been harnessed here in Hyannis, because we know he's a power hitter. Everyone that's watched batting practice has seen it. Yet he's developed that side of his game as well.
And he gets hit. That's the second hit by pitch for the Harbor Hawks alone. 5th in the game on both sides.
Everyone just kind of looks rusty. It kind of looks like they haven't played baseball kind of like after your college season. Like it's been a while since they've played baseball. And I think that's just kind of what happens with that kind of weather delay is it totally throws your rhythm off. It almost like it throws off your internal clock. Like you were locked in, you had a mindset, and then you got to pause forever. And you don't know if you're coming back. And so when you do come back, it's so difficult, like you said earlier, Max, to lock back in, to get that mentality back, because it's almost like you thought you were done. You thought that this game was going to be called, and all of a sudden it's the bottom of the 6th inning.
So 2 on base for Hyannis. Matt Mura on second, Gabe Camacho on first. It's Sawyer Black on the plate. At the plate. He swings through the first pitch. Black has been good since joining the Harbor Hawks. We did mention the strikeout's a little bit high, but the OPS still at 830. He has been walking a lot. He walked back in the second inning. Back on his debut on the 4th of July, he worked a crucial 10-pitch walk in the 6th inning against YD. That was, again, one of those games that Hyannis just missed the big hit. They didn't have it in that 6th inning, and then the 9th inning, they didn't have it either. Black swings through that. And going back to his strikeout in the 4th inning, it was that left-on-left wipeout slider. And again, if you're just joining us for the first time, we've been talking a lot today about the left-on-left slider, because when I caught up with Jake Schaffner a couple days ago, he told me it's the hardest pitch in baseball to face. And we all know that as there's a pickoff play at second and Matt Mura is back in time. Hitting a baseball is the hardest thing to do in sports. Hitting a baseball left-on-left with the slider coming out of your ear is probably even a little bit harder than that. So it's so impressive to see the adjustments that these guys have to make. And we talked about at the top of the show, 7 left-handed bats for Mitch Carricker in this starting lineup. And it's up and in, count at 2-2. They have to have a really sharp approach up there. And while they're trailing 8-5, I would argue because they're out hitting Bourne, they have had a good approach at the plate.
I would agree with that, Max. And just because the scoreboard doesn't show it doesn't mean they haven't put good at-bats together. And that's exactly what that 10-hit number shows. They put bat to ball better than the Braves have tonight.
On a 2-2, Black takes down the middle. Strike 3 called. He's down on strikes for the 3rd time tonight. Just the 5th strikeout of the day, but we are only through 5 2/3 innings, so kind of on pace for right around 9.
Yeah, and for the Harbor Hawks hitters, that's really something to monitor because they haven't struck out at that clip all year long, especially Sawyer Black, who just in his 3rd game has already begun to develop the problems with the strikeouts.
Jeff Luigi takes upstairs. Luigi a single back in the 4th inning, but he lined out twice before that. Really hard to Aloy in right field back in the 2nd. The tying run is at the plate for Hyannis, as Jeff takes at the bottom of the zone. And I think one of the differences between the Bourne pitchers and the Hyannis pitchers tonight is when the Bourne pitchers have fallen behind, they've been able to make the adjustment during the at-bat to get back into it. But Hyannis, that hasn't really been the same if they fall behind early, especially. Back check to 2nd, and Mura is back in time. Thought about trying for 3rd, but it didn't get further away.
Bit of an overzealous throw from Campbell Smithwick. His cover, Ryker Waite, was way off the bag and had to run a bit to even get to a position to field that ball, much less to the bag to try and tag Mura out.
2-1 outside. Jason Walk waits on deck for Hyannis. 2-2 count. Correct myself. Upstairs. And Gio, that miss we've seen a couple times on the breaking ball from Will Whelan. And I think when a hitter can recognize that a certain type of pitch in a certain location is not hitting, it opens up your kind of what pitches you're sitting at, and it puts you in the advantage. Both runners on the move, and that's on the outside corner. Strike 3 called. We're through 6. It's 8-5 Bourne.
After 6, it's the Braves 8, the Hawks 5. Guess what time it is, boys?
This game is cursed. Griffin Graves is the new pitcher for Hyannis here in the top of the 7th inning. Max Stammel's day of relief is done. Graves has been strong to start the summer for Hyannis, but the last outing is when the ERA ballooned. So far, 2 games, 4 innings pitched, 3 earned runs. I think my mom just texted me saying she heard that. Thanks a lot. Bro, you guys did it's your job to like cut. Like, fucking hey. Hyannis down 8-5 And looking for a clean inning here. They still haven't thrown a 1-2-3 inning. They'll face 8-9-1 for Bourne. Gavin Kelly, Campbell Smithwick, Riker Waite. And if he gets on Logan Hughes, we'll have a chance.
Leading off for the Braves, the catcher from Mississippi, number 45.
And to bring rap Max to that day for Max Stammel, started off at times very, very good. We saw him get a couple of strikeouts in a row in his first full frame of work in the 5th. But then after, getting those first 2 quick outs, really struggled in both frames because he goes fly out, ground out in the 6th, then walk, hit by pitch, walk, hit by pitch, single. And that's how Bourne broke this game open.
Gets a big swing. Griffin Graves, an Auburn Tiger, was one of the everyday guys out of the pen for Auburn this past season. Teammates with Chris Rembert. Chris Rembert left for Team USA. Oh, one fastball in there. So a good start for Graves, filling up the zone.
Exactly, and that fastball worked so well for him in his last outing at Orleans, in which he went 2 innings, topping around 93-94. Should say sitting 93-94. And talk about good starts to bad finishes, Max. That's exactly what happened to Graves in that game. To start out against the Firebirds at Eldridge Park, Graves strikes out 2 batters in the 4th, then allows a double, a single before getting 3 outs. That brought home a 9th run of the game for Orleans.
And it's been, the first inning for Graves has always been very clean. It's always the second inning where he struggles. Ground ball up the middle, and that's a base hit center field.
But tonight, as we've mentioned ad nauseum since that weather delay, Max, that guys that weren't scheduled to throw probably are going to be called upon to do just that in this game. Now with the adjustments to players that started warming up, you don't want to get in tonight, in the event of a really late game that's cut off due to curfew. It could be if it stretches another 90 minutes or so. And now Graves, it's still not fully clear whether he was scheduled for tonight. So he's making an adjustment on a whim right now.
Infield and double play depth for Hyannis. Bunt showed, and it's pop foul off to the right and out of play. Campbell Smithwick still has not reached base on a hit, but he has walked twice. Walked in the 2nd, walked in the 5th. And they say walks are just as valuable as singles.
Walks equal runs, and we've seen that plague Hyannis many a time over this past week and a half, and it showed in their record.
Well, Graves jumps ahead of both hitters 0-2. And there's a balk. Griffin Graves started he didn't come set, but it was when he had his foot on the rubber, he kind of twitched. And that was what cost him right there. That takes away the double play opportunity.
It's just the mistakes, the errors, the slip-ups. They keep happening. They keep showing up in different ways. That's the second balk we've seen in the last couple games. I don't think there was one against Brewster, but in the game before against Orleans, that's 4 total balks on the season for Hyannis pitching.
So Kelly in scoring position. Smithwick golfs it ahead on the third base side. Eight 8-5 Bourne, but another run at second base. 0-2. We'll do it again.
Graves has done a really good job of getting ahead in counts. It's been tough for Hyannis pitching to do it consistently. And even when he got ahead to Smithwick, he was still able to get a single. So as well as they're doing, or as well as Graves is doing to get ahead, it doesn't mean that, he's closing the deal. He's got to make sure that he closes the deal.
Another foul ball off to the right, out of play. And you got to also credit the hitters, Graham, for being pesky, being hard to put away. And that forces you to be perfect with your pitches. But Graves going right at him. 10 pitches this inning, 8 strikes.
Yeah, Wade's doing a really good job right now of shortening up. He's just trying to put bat to ball, keep himself in this, and he's really succeeding.
On the ground right side, Ryan McKay for out number 1. And he takes third base, does Smithwick.
McKay really wanted to go over to third and try to get Smithwick, but he took the smart play and just getting the first out over at first base. Now the infield is really going to pinch in and make sure that they can try to get this baseball home if need be.
And they're for strike 1 to Logan Hughes. He's had a prolific day at the plate. 2 hits with a stolen base back in the first inning. And he's tardy on a fastball. So you got to credit Graves, as we mentioned, going right after the guys. That's now 12 pitches, 10 strikes. He jumps ahead 0-2 to all 3 batters he's faced so far. Could use a strikeout, and he's got one. Right on cue, Griffin Graves picks up a K. It's a big one. Infield could move back. Outfield could go to no doubles defense with 2 outs in the inning.
And there's K number 10 for Hyannis. And say what you will about the team's recent stretch of play, but striking out batters something that remains a constancy for this squad.
Big swing out of the first pitch. Cam Kozel. Ryan McKay shifting on the infield. There's kind of a hole up the middle, second base side, as he's shaded towards first. And he chases a fastball away.
Third straight time that Graves has been up 0-2. He's closed out the first 2 that he's faced with this count, trying to do it for a third time.
One and 2 coming up. High drive, right center field. Sawyer Black toward the warning track, and he got it. He's got it for out number 3. The Braves strand one at third base. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th inning. 8-5 Bourne.
When it comes to delicious food, the best place to start is with great appliances. And Cam Appliances is your one-stop shop for any budget with brands like Thermador, Viking, Bosch, GE, and so much more. Cam Appliances, sales, delivery, installation, and service in the heart of your home with locations in Hyannis, Nantucket, and Hanover.
If you need to dig, lift, move, grade, clear, or cut, pump, weld, clean, light, and just about anything else, dial up the rental source for the newest and the most reliable equipment in New England. Staffed with equipment and construction experts, Milton Rents, your local source.
Bottom 7 here at McKeon Park. Jason Walk will lead it off for Hyannis. It's the bottom 3. 7, 8, 9, Walk, Brody Briggs, Charlie Bates, and top of the order, Jake Schaffner looming if anybody gets on. We have a new pitcher on the hill for the Braves. It's Nate Wysong, and he has been spectacular for Bourne. 9 1/3 innings, a 1.93 earned run average over 4 games. And the home runs per 9 at 0. The hits per 9 at just 3.9. K per 9 at 11.6. He has been electric out of the bullpen for Scott Landers.
And he's taken over for Whelan, who is also pretty electric. Over 3 innings, 2 hits, no runs. He walked 1, but he struck out 4. After that start with Noah Franco, Jonathan Stevens, Will Whelan, and then now our new reliever. They've all been pretty much relieving aces. Wysong, Whelan, and Stevens all yet to allow an earned run this season coming into their appearance. Stevens did allow an earned run in over his 2 innings of work, but still, Bourne is really trying to win this game.
Jason Walk batting left-handed for the second time tonight. So 2 from the right side and now 2 from the left side. Strike 1 on the outer half. Walk came into this game 11 for 42, a 262 average. Has not gotten a hit in this game, but he did pick up an RBI and a bases-loaded walk in the first inning. Outfield playing straight away. 1-1. And he swings through the shoes.
We've seen a couple swings like that from both sides. Guys are really trying to leave the yard right now, or at least hit it really hard to get it into the outfield. They're committing. Every team, every player is committing right now to this ball game despite the long wait.
Definitely depends on the count, but you usually see that when you're down and you're ahead in the count. But on that pitch, when he swung like that, it was a 1-1 count. But still the situation kind of in the right place for that. Fouls it into the mitt, but not able to get held. Campbell Smithwick couldn't glove it. So new life for Jason Walk. As we mentioned, the Harbor Hawks, the offense will be there. It's about the pitching. So this offense could explode at any moment based on their resume. First in the Cape in average and OPS. Upstairs, Smithwick again can't glove it. So Walk battles back. Strikeouts have been a problem for Jason. 3 walks to 18 strikeouts on the summer through 11 games. Tap back to the mound. Gloved on a hop, and the throw gets away. They're saying Cade Lewis thinks that Jason Walk hit it out of his hand. But a nice job by Wysong to get off the mound quickly, but not in time for the speedy walk.
Based on the way that Walk was moving after that ball came in, it looks like it hit him. He kind of, after he clears the base there, you could see he kind of limps with that left leg, which was around where that baseball was coming in. But still, Bourne is pretty adamant that he knocked it out of the glove. We already saw that once in this ball game on a run where the Braves had a potential run come across, but they knocked the ball out of Brody Briggs' glove, and it was called out number 3.
Jason Walk getting some professional courtesy at first base. Scott Landers trying to argue this. I mean, from what we saw, especially in the replay, we didn't see him extend his hand or anything, because the one at the plate was pretty egregious and obvious. I mean, the runner came in and literally put his hand on the glove of Brody Briggs to knock that out. Jason Walk was just trying to chug down the first base line. We've talked today already ad nauseum how this is a Harbor Hawks team that's going to put their head down and get grinding, try to beat out an infield single. That's what Walk just did. Now, after Scott Landers discussed, the umpires are getting together to discuss what happened. We got to think the call in the field holds a lot of magnitude. Of course, no replay review. Yep, and they call him safe at first. So Jason Walk singles an infield hit to Nate Wysong. Up comes Brody Briggs, who's just had a tough day tonight. 3 throwing errors. He did throw a runner out trying to advance on a wild pitch, but besides that, it hasn't been the most clean played game by Brody Briggs. We mentioned he's on the uproar, or he's rising in terms of how he's feeling at the plate. He had his first home run Saturday against Orleans. But tonight just hasn't been Briggs' night. Walk was leaning, and the throw to first still not in time.
Three runs, not an insurmountable deficit for Hyannis, and a good runner to have on first base in the speedster Jason Walk.
Another big lead. Noticing was Wysong, and he throws him out.
Just a bit too greedy there, Jason Walk. A lead very long at its peak. That one wasn't the longest lead he had in the entire at-bat. He dives about a half a foot short of the bag, and an easy tag out for Cade Lewis.
So the base is empty and 1 out. Brody Briggs climbs back in. And he's a guy who doesn't strike out all too often. Just 4 strikeouts through 28 plate appearances, or rather 33 plate appearances, 28 bats coming into this game. He's 0 for 2 with a walk. And he takes down low. Hyannis as a whole doesn't strike out at least to the capacity as other teams on the Cape, because they post that .356 team on base percentage, comfortably first place on Cape Cod. It's just because they've been able to hit so frequently, it hasn't been a big area of concern. But in this game, they've only punched out 7 times, but it has been 7 innings. Good hitter's count to Brody Briggs. Smacked off to the left, out of play. See Briggs frustrated with himself after not getting that one on the field of play.
And maybe some frustration tied up from his difficult night behind the dish. You mentioned those 3 throwing errors. He came into this summer wanting a chance to pick runners off along the bases as he goes back to ASU as the starting catcher.
Fist hit foul off to the left, out of play over by the Hyannis bullpen. As you mentioned, kind of playing in the shadow at catcher this past spring. Had a .275 average, .760 OPS, 5 home runs. So in the times that he did play, it was productive. But again, going to be taking a bigger role in Tempe this upcoming fall. And he stays alive, slaps it off to the left, foul and out of play. We'll do it again at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Briggs played for the Alaska League last summer, so a different, literally the other side of the country. Kind of polar opposites. Payoff is down low. And that magnifies the pickoff, because you could have had first and second and nobody out, but you got a runner at first and 1 out.
And Hyannis will still flip the order in this inning. So a chance for, barring the double play, of course, Charlie Bates. Up after a very solid start to his night, arguably his best night since that early goings of the season where he was 6 of 16 through 4 games. And then went on that 0 for 19 skid.
Take strike 1. Bates had a frustrating strikeout in the 5th. He had a strike 2 call that he really didn't like, and then he was rung up looking. And he quickly falls behind. And part of, strikeouts in the game of baseball is, trying not to fall behind 0-2 or just to a 2-strike count, because the league-wide, in MLB at least, the league-wide batting average with 2 strikes is well under, I should say, 200. It's only amplified with how good pitching has become in this new day and age. And if you find yourself in a 2-strike count, you got to accept the fact that the chances of you reaching on a hit is well lower. But not for Charlie Bates. There's his 3rd hit of the game. Brody Briggs will stop at second base. Will stay hot, Charlie Bates. He had the slump buster triple on Sunday in Brewster. And now he's 3 for 4 tonight. Jake Schaffner coming up for the 5th time. Briggs on second, Bates on first. Still 1 out in the inning. Briggs doesn't have blazing speed at second, but anything in the alley will score him. And then Bates and Schaffner both can run. Wysong well away on the first pitch.
That Bates single just makes the pickoff of Jason Walk so much more painful for Hyannis. They could have had another run in, at least would have had someone at third base 90 feet away, and with the bases loaded and no outs, that's a stressful situation for a pitcher.
Jake Schaffner singled all the way back in the first inning. Since then, he was hit by a pitch, lined out into a 4-6 double play, then popped out to third baseman Braden Holcomb. Up and in, then almost hit Jake. He was hit earlier in that right shoulder. Anytime you get in that area, hands, shoulders, you always have to hold your breath. Not a lot of meat on the bones. Schaffner on a 2-1. Gets out of the way. 3 balls and a strike. All of a sudden, Wysong having trouble finding the zone. Matt Miura waiting on deck for Hyannis. As they trail 3, the tying run is at the dish. But a good hitter's count to a good hitter. Down low for ball 4, it's going to get away. Both runners will advance nonetheless. And they do load the bases for Miura.
Well, if Hyannis is going to stay here this long into the night, they're going to at least try to come away with a win. Tying run aboard. Matt Miura knows this situation very well. He's been asked to deliver in this situation a number of times this year, and he's done so for the most part.
And here comes a mound visit. There's a pitcher stretching over in the bullpen for Bourne, but I don't believe anybody was warming up. I believe this is Wysong's inning. And for both sides, Mitch Carricker and Scott Landers, you don't want to turn this into a barn burner, especially taking into account the long delay of about an hour and 20 minutes. 7:50 is when this game got halted. We resumed play at 9:10.
And Max, part of that is, yes, you don't want to use the arms, but also you got to go back and do this tomorrow. Your guys are going to be tired. And Hyannis suddenly has a very important game at Falmouth tomorrow. 1 versus 2 in the division, where if this score holds, the Commodores could potentially overtake the top spot in the West Division tomorrow for the first time all season.
Miura with the bases juiced. Fouls off the first pitch incidentally.
Very nearly hit him, Max, off the butt of the bat there, and super fortunate for Nate Wysong.
And that's frustrating as a hitter because, of course, he didn't mean to swing at it, but he finds himself down 0-1 on a pitch that he recognized as a ball. Bases filled with Hawks. Miura looks at strike 2, right on that outside corner. Seven walks to 10 strikeouts this season for Miura, but now make it 9 walks to 10 strikeouts with his 2 base on balls tonight. He hammers the pitch off to the right foul and out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2. Miura, the second oldest position player on the team. Only Ray Velasquez is older. The oldest player in the team, Tommy O'Rourke, at age 23. On the ground right side, Kozel flips to second for 1. It's a wide throw, but he's off the bag. Everybody's safe.
Well, we talk about errors for Hyannis. That could be a very big and costly one for Bourne. You had a pretty picturesque double play set up, and instead of ending the inning, you allow a run to cross, and the bases are still juiced with only 1 out.
First pitch to Ryan McKay, well inside. And you could hear the Hyannis dugout come to life, and I think it's just a testament about what type of players these guys are. They're in it. They want to win this game, and they support each other.
No matter how long it takes, Max, and that could be just the jolt they needed.
McKay gets an unfavorable strike call on the outside corner. Count level at 1. Ryan has had a productive day at the plate. 3 RBI. So it's a fielder's choice 4-6 as McKay takes outside. And Riker Waite is charged with an error. In the air, foul off to the left, out of play. So Miura does pick up an RBI on the fielder's choice. That's his second RBI of the game. Had that RBI double in the third. So he extends his RBI lead to 12 on the season. McKay with Bates on third, Schaffner on second, Miura on first. 8-6, Bourne the lead. And he strikes out swinging. We went to the changeup. Tunneled out with the fastball in the outside corner. Stays on the outer half. Gabe Camacho going to look to keep the torch lit here in the 7th for Hyannis.
And I would not be surprised if Camacho sees a couple similar pitches. That changeup from a righty to a lefty is so dangerous because it just kind of moves away from them into the righty's batter's box. And when you tunnel with the fastball, it opens an entire new level of the pitch. It starts in the exact same spot, and then at the last second, it just moves away to the right. So as a lefty, that's extremely hard to keep up with. If you do make contact, largely it will be off the end of the bat.
Outside corner, Camacho behind 0-2. Gabe's been on 3 times, 2 singles and a hit by pitch. OPS raised to 683. In the air, left field. In foul territory, Braden Holcomb, the third baseman, overruns it. He had a play, but he just overran it. And new life for Gabe Camacho. One run home for Hyannis that broke up a string of 3 straight innings scoreless. But looking for a little bit more. Tying run is on second base in Schaffner. Camacho takes upstairs. Now would be a good time for his first Harbor Hawks home run. We've talked a lot, maybe a little bit too much this year, about how awesome it has been to watch his batting practice, and for good reason. It's spectacular.
If he keeps seeing balls like this from Wysong, though, it might be harder and harder for him to convince himself to swing hard. He's going to really shorten up, because if there's anything on the zone, just try to fight it off or put it in play.
Well outside, count is full. Runners will be on the move. Tying run at second base in Jake Schaffner here in the last of the 7th inning. It's time to party. Runners on the move. Camacho in the air, left field, and foul out of play. And we've also talked about, Graham, that the more pitches a guy sees in that bat, especially if you bring it from 0-2 to 3-2, the bigger the advantage comes to the guy in the plate.
Yeah, everything right now is screaming in favor of Camacho. Those 3 takes for balls were really, really strong, and he foul tips that one.
Wysong spins off the mound, disengagement.
Now the 8th pitch of the at-bat upcoming, too. He's fought off greatly in this one.
Strike 3 called. Camacho can't believe it. And the Hawks leave him loaded. 8-6, we head to the top of the 8th inning from McKeon Park.
At the Mass State Lottery, we know there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. Now that's how we all win. The Mass State Lottery. Welcome to the state of winning.
This week we've been working a lot with doing play-by-plays, just doing behind-the-scenes stuff with sports broadcasting, which I never really realized how much went into it, but it's been really cool.
They've grown a lot. I've never really done like a program like this before, so like seeing all the behind the scenes have like really grown.
I've learned how to really just gain confidence in my play-by-play speaking, and I've learned more terms here when it comes to directing and producing, and I've just had a great time with John Rook.
Doing the play-by-play stuff and all that, being with a guy like John Rook, understanding what like the major kind of entails of doing this camp, just really a preview for what you do here at Dean or any other college doing broadcasting, so I'm definitely more prepared to make this a job of mine.
Back at McKeon Park, 8-6 Braves will take you around the league. And it's, as our producer Charlie Adams says, pretty juicy. Orleans and Katuitt tie at 2. Brewster overtakes Wareham 5-2. They also had a delay in that game. Falmouth and Harwich knotted at 7 in the final inning. I guess if you're a Hyannis team, you're rooting for Harwich. Being in the East, Falmouth trailing Hyannis only by 1 point in the West. YD up 3-0 over Chatham in the 7th inning. And, of course, right here at McKeon Park, 8-6, Bourne leads. Griffin Graves back out there. And the upcoming schedule for Hyannis, as Gio alluded to a little bit earlier, a big matchup tomorrow in Falmouth. A 6 o'clock start will be on the road. Orleans on Friday, Wareham back-to-back home games for Hyannis. And then it's back on the road to Katuitt on Sunday. And then they travel back here to McKeon Park on Tuesday the 15th to face the Whitey Red Sox. Gio, in a time right now when the Harbor Hawks, everything doesn't seem to be going right, the schedule doesn't look to be getting any easier. They got to find their footing pretty soon if they want to remain competitive.
They sure do, Max, because the other facet of that is that the MLB draft is upcoming this weekend, and that is the single largest pain point for roster building in the entire Cape Cod Baseball League season. So not only will it be a Harbor Hawks team that enters this critical week struggling, it's one that's going to enter it with a completely different fabric, potentially, than it entered with.
Kahio Aloy takes strike 1 from Griffin Graves.
And that's just the challenge of building teams in this league. That, yes, you guys want to win. They're here to win, but they're also here to better themselves, a lot of them for MLB. And the challenge on the players' end is, how do I manage expectations for going to the draft, whatever my future holds for a lot of these pitchers? It's college coaches shutting you down if you're not draft eligible, and that makes it really hard to build winning teams on Cape Cod.
Well, the rosters, as Gio mentioned, they just become so influx. And really by the end of the summer, there's maybe at most 2-3 guys, right, that have been there the entire time. Wild swing from Aloy.
It's a rarity to see people that stay, rather players that stay all summer long, because it's such a grueling schedule, really. A lot of these players are going from long college baseball seasons, in the case of Kuyo Aloy at the plate, all the way from Omaha, and then right here to Cape Cod after a brief break. And if he does indeed choose to stay the whole summer, he goes, it's either, whether you're draft eligible or you're going back to Arkansas. That starts up right in August, too. You really get no time to rest, to recuperate, to recharge the batteries for whatever lies ahead.
Gets a piece of the 1-2. I feel like that's that's a thing, I should say, that people don't really understand about baseball, especially in the realm of college. It's a year-round thing. Practices start in the fall, pretty much week 1. You're playing summer ball. You have the season, of course, starting in mid-February. High drive, center field. Jason Walk going back, twisting and turning, and it's off the wall. Aloy around first, on his way to second. He will round second with this leadoff double here in the 8th inning.
That was pieced by Kuyo Aloy. A great barrel there and just a few feet shy of a solo shot. And now this becomes a decisive moment for Griffin Graves. With Hyannis garnering some momentum in that bottom of the 7th, how do they keep Bourne at bay, which they haven't done in recent innings?
Well, Griffin Graves jumped ahead of all 4 hitters 0-2 last inning. But the first, despite that, Smithwick started that inning with a single. Here, Aloy starts it with a double. And Cade Lewis standing in for the left-on-left matchup. He has not been retired today by Hyannis pitching as he fouls the first pitch off to the left and out of play. A single in the first, a walk in the third, a hit by pitch in the 5th and 6th. OPS raised to 844 on the night. Broken bat Chopper. Well, we'll see. I believe it is. And yep, he's getting a new shillelagh. Snap the twig. So he has to get a new bat. Something that we always wondered if, because wood bats are expensive, does the team have any bats? Or I've also seen players with their own custom bats. You see their name on it. And I think there's a bit of a mixture. They have some team-issued bats, and they also have player-individualized bats. And, of course, the players don't want to break their own twigs because you build a connection with them, you know?
You do. You find comfortability, and because wood bats are so indispensable, you need some help to replace them quickly.
Down low, 1-2. Just downstairs. Harbor Hawks dugout wanted that call. So he was ahead 0-2. Back to 2 balls and 2 strikes. With Braden Holcomb waiting on deck.
Give the dugout credit, Max. They've stayed locked into this game.
Fisted to right center field. Jason Walk won't get there. Aloy is getting the wave home as Walk has some trouble with it in center field. Aloy scores standing up. Braves extend the lead. It's 9-6 here in the 8th.
It's a couple of great pieces of hitting in a row off Griffin Graves, who's jumped ahead in a lot of counts tonight, Max, as you've mentioned, and just is missing his spot with a combination of Bourne attacking him. And on that send from home on Kuyo Aloy, he freezes off the line drive into center field, and when he sees that Walk is making the run to the track as the ball lands, gets a great jump off the bag and steams home for run number 9. And now Bourne has given itself some much-needed insurance.
Hyannis still out-hitting Bourne 12-10. In the air right field, shallow. Sawyer Black coming in. Sizes it up for out number 1.
And there are some tired bodies on this field despite the emotion from both Hyannis and from Bourne. Some clapping from the Braves dugout on the first base side, but it's going to be a battle in these final 6 outs, around now 5 outs on the top half side. Who stays alive the longest, Max, and who can garner the most energy to bring runs across for more runs across for Bourne or for Hyannis to claw its way back into this game?
First pitch was at 6:04. It's 10:55. So, I mean, you mentioned tired bodies, Gio. It's not just tired physically, it's tired mentally. You know, it's been a long day. And, of course, these guys don't show up to the game 20 minutes before first pitch. They're here hours before. A lot of them coming around 2 o'clock. So they've been at the ball yard for 9 hours.
We've been here, I mean, we being our media team. We filmed an interview with Tommy O'Rourke today, our right-handed relief pitcher. Got here around 12:45. There were already some guys here. Brody Briggs, first one in the dugout. So this is a long day for the Arizona State catcher.
John LeGrande in a 1-1 count. Lewis on second. Bouncing in. And Lewis takes third. Another wild pitch for Hyannis.
Free passes are piling up, and we've said this time and time again, Max, but now it's gotten to the point where you erase all that, and this is quite, obviously extreme, but you erase all of them, and Bourne, frankly, has 3 runs.
2-2.
Instead of the 9 that they do, because that's how egregious they've been for Hyannis.
3 wild pitches for Hyannis, 3 hit by pitches, and 9 walks. It's just been that kind of night. Infield in, Schaffner plays it on the dive. The throw to first, dug out by Camacho, run scores, but a nice play.
Really nice play from Gabe Camacho and from Jake Schaffner, frankly. Full extension dive, as you'll see here with a great view. And from a quick transfer, Camacho has to stretch to stay on the bag. LeGrande is speedy. So that is a key out, but the run does come across for the Braves.
And that's a couple scoops for Camacho. He's been very helpful. These guys owe him dinner one of these days.
I'd hope for their sake, not tonight.
Well, the players were actually fed, I believe, like during the delay. That's what downstairs. They have team dinners supplied by sponsors, and believe they had a shipment mid-game.
Wow. Some reinforcements, so maybe that's where the energy is coming from.
2-0. Off to the right foul, not a play. And that's another thing. Like guys will have snacks before the game maybe, but some guys don't like eating before games. So if a guy gets there at 2, maybe he doesn't eat for 8 hours till 10 o'clock at night. And in this case, even longer.
Especially with how hot it is, too. Can't be good.
I mean, what is a calorie? A calorie is a unit of energy, so literally energy, right?
Right.
You're literally fueling your body.
And I'm sure that there are some guys who aren't as stringent and will break their normal tradition to fuel themselves, knowing that this is an abnormal circumstance. However, I'm sure there's some guys that are sticklers, Max, and for them, I feel bad.
Payoff is chopped to third. It's a foul ball just outside the third base line.
Bates was on it, too, and might not have gotten to it in a spot to field it all the way across the diamond, but just a hop foul for him, luckily so.
So just counting out all the free passes with the walks, the balk, the wild pitches, the hit by pitches, the Harbor Hawks are at 20. And obviously, they're still in a way in this game. It's 10-6. Briggs coming back, and he has a play. Makes the catch. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th inning. Harbor Hawks coming up, down 10-6.
When you need to dig, lift, move, cut, or just about anything else, then dial up the Rental Source staffed with equipment and construction experts. They'll help you get the right machine for the job and make sure it's delivered when and where you need it. With locations across New England and the newest and most reliable inventory, Milton Rents is your local source.
When I started teaching on the Cape 30 years ago, you could buy a house on a teacher's salary. But today, teachers, public safety officers, healthcare and hospitality workers, the people who make the Cape work, are struggling to find homes they can afford. And I really worry about the kids who will follow us. I think it's time we learn to do better.
If housing on Cape Cod matters to you, join us at capehousingmatters.org.
Bottom of the 8th inning here at McKeon Park. Harbor Hawks trail the Bourne Braves 10-6. And due up for Hyannis, it'll be Sawyer Black, Jeff Luigi, Jason Walk. 5, 6, 7 for Mitch Carricker. So you got two lefties and the switch hitter. And then the lefty Briggs, if anybody gets on base. It's kind of crunch time for Hyannis. You would like them to pick up some momentum this inning before the 9th. Of course, they are in slam range, something to keep into account. So they could technically tie a game with one swing of the bat, but that'll have to have a lot lined up. They've left a lot on this base, as we mentioned. They've left 13 on base. They're 4 for 17 with runners in scoring position. They are out hitting Bourne 12-10. But Hyannis just, the offense hasn't been perfect tonight, and the pitching hasn't helped him out either.
And I feel like we're kind of going to look back to that 7th inning if things kind of stay here, because the bases were loaded with one out. Ryan McKay and Gabe Camacho, two of the best hitters, both went down via the strikeout. McKay swinging, Camacho looking. That was as good of an opportunity as it feels like they're going to get in this ball game, and they couldn't take advantage of it.
Backdoor breaking ball outside to Black. Sitting on the golden sombrero, potentially. 0 for 3 with the walk, but he has punched out 3 times. Twice swinging, 1 looking. Two balls and no strikes to Black. Inside for ball 3. 6 walks issued for Braves pitching as well. 3-0 taken all the way, and he gets a strike call.
Just a lot of walks in this game in general. A lot of free passes from both sides, and I think a large part of it was the break. I mean, they couldn't stay in their rhythm, but even before then, there were a lot of walks.
There's another walk.
It's just kind of been the story of the day for both sides in the pitching. Yes, there's a combined 16 runs on the board and 22 hits, but a lot of that wouldn't be possible without the 8 free passes for Hyannis bats and 9 for Bourne.
Well, I mentioned Hyannis has left 13 on base. Bourne has left 10. 3 for 15. Luigi checks his swing and fouls it off. Over to Jason Walk, where he's waiting on the on-deck circle. Do have a defensive change. Nick Groves has taken over for Logan Hughes in left field. He'll be batting second for Bourne. On the outside corner, 2-1. 1-2, excuse me.
And this Bourne dugout is really kind of come alive, which is surprising considering how long they've been out here.
Chop to shortstop on a high hop. They flip to second in time. Let's take a look.
That looks pretty safe from our angle, and I think that Sawyer Black would agree with us. But wasn't meant to be.
The center fielder from Oklahoma, number 6,
Been that kind of day for Hyannis on both sides.
Well, as I mentioned, I tallied up the freebies for Hyannis. 21, including the wild pitches, the balk, the hit by pitches, the walks, the errors. It's just been a tough day for Mitch Carricker's squad. Fouled off to the left. Long run for Braden Holcomb, but he's got no play.
From Sawyer Black down, this part of the lineup has really struggled, except for Charlie Bates, out of the way 9.
3-1. Jason Walk picked up a single back in the 7th inning. It was that weird infield hit that at least Bourne tried to make an argument that he might have hit the ball out of the first baseman Cade Lewis's hands. The umpires got together as he takes another walk, the first time he's been walked today.
And then after that single, he was picked off. Numerous pickoffs over the past week for Hyannis.
And Brody Briggs coming up. Still looking for his first base hit today, although he has reached twice on free passes. With 2 on and 1 down. And the first pitch fouled into the mitt of Campbell Smithwick. Jeff Luigi on second, Jason Walk on first. And Briggs takes upstairs.
And Walk is kind of watching Luigi like a hawk. He's not even paying attention to Nate Wysong on the mound. He's just watching Luigi. Kind of feels like a double steal might be coming up soon.
2-1. Well, Wysong, 57 pitches deep in his relief outing. Just 30 strikes.
Here you can see how Jason Walk's just looking at his teammate.
A lot of these misses, Graham, not all too close.
It's kind of how the 7th started for Wysong. Single walk, single walk. We got walk, fielder's choice walk, and a 3-1 count.
Foul back towards us. 3-2. It might put the runners in motion, trusting that Briggs doesn't strike out. Just avoid that ground ball double play possibility. Payoff is chopped to second base, charged by Kozel. He's only got 1 play, and it's at first. Both runners advance, but now 2 outs in the inning.
Fortunate for Hyannis that it kind of took a while to get to Kozel, and then also that it was directly to his left. So the way he was running, he only had that 1 play at first. He couldn't turn and make the throw, at least make it comfortably over to second base. That allows 2 to get in scoring position, but you do cut down a runner. They're 2 outs.
Tying run is on deck in Jake Schaffner. Charlie Bates has had a productive day at the plate with 3 knocks. All singles. He's really broken out of that tough slump. Bates 3 for 4 tonight. 3 of 12 hits for Hyannis. In the air foul off to the left. Harbor Hawks now 4 for 18 with runners in scoring position. Upstairs.
And Charlie Bates' eye is really improved in this ball game. Only 1 strikeout, but there's been a lot of those close ones that he's taken for balls, whereas in the past games that he's played, feels like a lot of those that he's taken around the zone have been called strikes.
2-2. And Bates is at bats. You could just tell that he seems a lot more confident up there since breaking out of that slump. Fouled off of the mid of Smithwick, and Bates clings to life.
It's one that Smithwick probably should have had in his glove. But to your point, yeah, he looks very free, very comfortable up there, which before he looked pretty rigid. He looked concerned and was just trying to do anything to get the ball in play.
Another pitch. Bates stays alive. You know, a lot of time guys fall behind 0-2 and they tense up. And not to say that when things weren't going well for Bates during that 0-for-19 skid that didn't happen, but it seems like he's really turned the corner and he's still trying to find his pitch in a 2-strike count, which is something that we didn't see during that slump. 3-2.
We saw it a lot over the first 4 games where he was hitting 6 for 16 at the plate. But then, yeah, it just kind of it went away, and the strikeout numbers skyrocketed.
Fouled back right towards us again. Charlie Bates stays alive, and the Harbor Hawks dugout stays locked in.
And he's doing a little Jason walk right now, taking a lap around home plate all the way back to his batter's box.
Payoff again. In the air to left field. Long run for Nick Groves. He will not get there. It's off of his glove as he goes face first by the Harbor Hawks dugout. Or bullpen, rather. Sorry, it's been a long night for me too, folks.
That was quite the run from Groves. Thought that he had it there for a second, but it just kind of skipped past him. It was a nice slide, a nice try. And Charlie Bates gets a second chance.
So this will be the 10th pitch of the at-bat. And let's remember that Bates fell behind 0-2. Make it 11 coming up. Harbor Hawks dugout becoming fired up as they get behind the Stanford Cardinal. Bates just 1 home run in limited playing time this past spring at Stanford. OPS at 735. And he fights off another one. And you could see a smile on his face as he takes another stroll around the batter's box.
He's playing with confidence, and he's loving the long at bat. He knows that the longer he's in it, the more it's going to favor him. And I think he also loves the dugout getting involved.
He was already ready at 20 seconds on the pitch clock. Payoff again. Upstairs, ball 4. Charlie Bates puts some life into the Harbor Hawks dugout. Put some life back in me. What an at-bat. 12-pitch walk after an 0-2 deficit.
An unbelievable effort. And it might even will cause a pitching change.
Well, we'll see. Scott Landers is out there. And that will end the day for Wysong. We have a new pitcher with the bases loaded. We'll meet him on the other side of this break. Back here at McKeon Park, a new pitcher for the Braves. It's Jack Brown making his first appearance of the summer. We talked that rosters are in flux, and it's kind of that time when a lot of new arms come back out on the mound. Brown out of Louisville pitched in 26 games, 2 starts, and 42 1/3 innings this past spring. A 6.59 earned run average in his freshman's campaign, but look at the whip gram at 2.055. And that's because the walks per 9 at 5.7, but the hits per 9 at 12.8. An opportunity here for a hard-throwing right-hander who struggles to find the zone.
And he's going to have to find the zone in a really, really tough spot. Bases loaded, 2 outs, bottom of the 8th, and a 4-run lead. Nate Wysong didn't leave him in a great spot. Wysong's line is not finished, but he did pitch for 1 2/3. As of now, has allowed 1 run, which was earned, with 2 hits, 5 walks, and 2 strikeouts. But he's responsible for all 3 on the base pads right now.
One of the toughest situations for a reliever to inherit. Of course, that being the bases loaded, nobody out. Still tough here with the bases loaded and 2 outs. You're going to face a pesky hitter in Jake Schaffner, one who's going to give you a tough at-bat, who's going to wait for his pitch to drive. Of course, Schaffner not really a power guy, only 2 home runs in his final year at North Dakota State. But he's a guy who's going to hit 360 on you, and he's a guy who's had a good day at the plate tonight. The base is juiced. First pitch swinging, he grounds at the first base. Cade Lewis runs it over to the bag himself as we head to the 9th. 10-6 Bourne. Well, we've made it. Top of the 9th inning. Eddie Copper on the hill after Griffin Graves' day is done. Last saw Copper against Orleans. Or rather, it was against Brewster. Through an inning, 4 hits, 5 earned runs, and 1 walk. So looking for a little turn-the-page action right here.
Yeah, before that appearance against Brewster, he was actually pitching really, really well. His 2 appearances before did not allow a hit or an earned run, only walked 1, struck out 3. But he's kind of had a slower start to the season. 4 earned runs over his first 3 appearances, and then on the other side of the category is his Brewster appearance, which was by far his hardest of the season. And he's tasked with getting a really quick 3-up, 3-down inning so that the bats can get back up. The bats have loaded the bases in back-to-back innings. They just haven't gotten that hit to bring them all home.
Leading off for the Braves, a catcher from Mississippi, number 45, Campbell Smithwick.
Campbell Smithwick will lead it off. He's been on base 3 out of 4 times. Most recently, a single back in the 7th inning. Copper comes home for the first pitch, and it's grounded up the middle to the backhand. Nice stop by Ryan McKay. Throws in time. More of the same for Ryan McKay. He flashes the letter, and out number 1.
Just such vigilance from Ryan McKay. A really long day, but he is not showing any signs of tiring. Another sliding grab from him. He's had a few of those, it seems, over the long stretch of this game. That's another great glove for the second baseman.
This broadcast is a copyrighted production of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Any unauthorized duplication, retransmission, or other use is strictly prohibited. Top of the order, Riker Waite for the 6th time tonight. He fouls it off to the left out of play. Three singles in his first 3 plate appearances. Then he flew out in the 5th and 7th. And he's down, or rather the count even at 2-2. Muscles it foul off to the left out of play. We'll do it again.
Eddie Copper got shelled in his last appearance. Very difficult outing for him, and this becomes a way to get momentum to the bottom half of the order, the bottom half of the frame, in which that part of the order will have to muster 4 runs.
He slaps it foul. And one of the reasons why Scott Landers has a guy like Riker Waite leading off is because this is what he does to a pitcher. He fouls off the paint and then gets one over the fat part of the plate, or he'll draw a walk. And that's ball 4.
Walk number 10. Double digits for Hyannis. It's killed him.
I mean, any coach will tell you it's tough to win ball games when you walk 10 guys. Of course, Hyannis has the offensive power to make things interesting in the bottom of the 9th inning, but that would be, should that happen, this game would be an outlier in terms of that. Because Bourne hasn't played the cleanest game either. They just have played more a cleaner game than Hyannis.
Right, a cleaner game than Hyannis. And another 4 errors as well to go along with it.
In the air to right center field, Jason Walk on the other side. It touches down. Riker Waite on the run, and it gets by Walk. Waite is getting the windmill home as Nick Groves travels to third base. That was his first at-bat of the day since coming in for Logan Hughes.
It's one of the only ways you can get a triple here at McKeon Park, and this is just an unfortunate bounce for Jason Walk. Almost like the ball had side spin on it. It just sends him completely the other way. And after going completely aloof, he's got to run all the way to just the tail beginning of the track. And a fortuitous bounce gives Nick Groves an RBI triple.
He's actually ruled a single and then a 2-base error by Jason Walk. So that's the 5th error of the day for Hyannis. And the air foul off to the left out of play. So counting up the freebies, that's now 22 for Hyannis. Cam Kojal swings and misses, 1-2. Hawks bring the infield in with 1 out in the inning. Kojal somehow gets a piece. Climb the ladder on the fastball. Two and two now. Try to go to the back door, breaking ball, but it doesn't hit.
Copper thought he had his spot. Just barely missed.
Poke to left field and an RBI single.
Ball takes another weird hop in front of Jason Walk. And now Bourne just having some fun, pouring it on.
The right fielder from Arkansas, number
Kuyo Aloy, who
Kuyo
doubled back in the 8th inning, coming up for the 6th time. Bourne has matched Hyannis' 12 hits. Fouls it off himself. Cam Kojal on first. Another 2 runs home for Bourne. 0-1 to Aloy. Is muscled foul on the ground, third base way. Nice play by the ball boy. Oh, 2 in there for strike 3. Copper picks up his first strikeout of the outing. And it's a big one. Gets out number 2.
The first baseman from Wake Forest, number 23, Cade Lewis.
So up comes Cade Lewis, who's tardy on strike 1. Misses the outside corner. Lewis an RBI double back in the 8th inning. Before that he walked, struck out, grounded out, and walked. Only 1 stolen base in this entire game. Very paradoxical.
Bourne hasn't needed to, frankly. Neither has, I mean, Hyannis probably has, but hasn't had a chance in a while to do so.
On a 1-2, Lewis strikes out. Back-to-back Ks to the 9th inning. Harbor Hawks down 12-6. They'll try to come back.
Here at the Mass State Lottery, we know there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. Now that's how we all win. The Mass State Lottery. Welcome to the state of winning.
This week we've been working a lot with doing play-by-plays, just doing behind-the-scenes stuff with sports broadcasting, which I never really realized how much went into it, but it's been really cool.
They've grown a lot. I've never really done like a program like this before, so like seeing all the behind-the-scenes has like really grown.
I've learned how to really just gain confidence in my play-by-play speaking, and I've learned more terms here when it comes to directing and producing, and I've just had a great time with John Rook.
Doing the play-by-play stuff and all that, being with a guy like John Rook, understanding what like the major kind of entails doing this camp, just really a preview for what you do here at Dean or any other college doing broadcasting, so I'm definitely more prepared to make this a job of mine.
Here at the Mass State Lottery, we know there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. Now that's how we all win. The Mass State Lottery. Welcome to the state of winning.
We've made it to the bottom of the 9th inning here at McKeon Park. Harbor Hawks trail 12-6. And it's now or never for Matt Mura, Ryan McKay, and Gabe Camacho.
There are 3 guys that you want coming up in this spot. It's Matt Mura, Ryan McKay, and Gabe Camacho. They've had the most success tonight, maybe besides Charlie Bates, who has been phenomenal in the 9 spot. But Miura, he has the only extra base hit for Hyannis in this ball game. And Ryan McKay got off to a blazing hot start with 2 singles and 2 at-bats.
Miura picked up 2 RBIs tonight, most recently on a fielder's choice. Doubled back in the 3rd inning, tried to stretch it to a triple, but it was thrown out at 3rd base. Hyannis and Bourne both at 12 hits, but Bourne has double Hyannis' runs. Strike 2. And heading into the weather delay, Hyannis was up 5-3. Since then, Bourne has really poured it on. They've outscored Hyannis 7-1. Miura launches left field, but he's out ahead. And out comes the coach.
Seeing some flashes of lightning off in the distance, off the 3rd base line.
I mean, they got 3 outs to go. We'll see.
What are we doing here?
Don't quite know what this is about.
This is not anything with
Scott Lander's pleading a case of some sort. He seems very upset.
What are we doing here?
So the meeting with the umpire is over. Reach for?
Oh my God.
Could this reach? Yes, he does.
Matt Miura hasn't lost any energy. He's fired up, as is his dugout. They want to mount the comeback here, no matter how long it takes.
I mean, these guys are all in. They want it. How crazy would that be if they did come back?
Otherworldly.
And McKay grounds it to first. 3. No.
Well, the wheels are falling off.
From UC San Diego, number 10, Gabe Camacho.
And Max, now that's a productive out for Ryan McKay. You expect nothing less from him. And now Camacho's got power to change games with one swing of the bat. So wouldn't be surprised to see him in ambush mode right from the jump here.
Camacho at the man in scoring position. On the ground to the first baseman, Lewis. Another 3 unassisted.
And he certainly he swung at that first ball. So trying to either get out quickly or make something happen. Either way, he wanted the result fast.
I've never seen Grant like this.
Bouncing in.
And now Sawyer Black's got a chance, if it's any consolation, Max, to reverse a day that's his career worst on the Cape in just 3 games. 3 strikeouts, 2 walks. So even in his worst day, still able to get on base.
Sawyer Black. The last hope.
That was last strike.
Swing and a miss, and that ends the ball game.
That's the ball game. The final
Well,
score,
first pitch was at 6:04. The game ends at 11:36, and Hyannis just kind of falls apart in this one. They do out-hit Bourne 13-12, but they fall 12-6 here from McKeon Park. It was a long one from start to finish, and you know, at the top of the show we talked about the freebies and how that needed to be addressed, and it just wasn't tonight. And Hyannis, no off day to reflect upon it. They got to go right back into the fire tomorrow against the red-hot Falmouth team.
And a game that becomes very important given Falmouth's extra innings win over Harwich tonight. That game will be for first in the West Division. So just a really long and grueling night that Hyannis now has to recover from, and a night where they continue to further the problems that have plagued them all season long, Max. 24 free passes. It's just not a recipe for success on the baseball diamond.
And what really sticks out to me from tonight is 17 left on base for Hyannis. They scored 6, had 13 hits, but they left 17. They couldn't get the clutch hits, and they haven't been able to since really before July 4th.
Well, for our entire production team, producers Sam Montag, Daniel Bottolino, Charlie Adams, for our sideline reporters Ava Fernandez and Ethan Wax, for my partners Graham Nash and Giovanni Collada, I'm Max Schwartzberg saying thank you for spending this long night with us, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Here at the Mass State Lottery, we're known for our monster wins. But there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. In our game, we know that supporting local businesses and helping communities is how we all win. Because at the lottery, we're all playing for the home team. The Mass State Lottery. Welcome to the state of winning.